Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I will call this Bloomington City Council meeting to order. Tonight is Monday, June 17th, 2024. Thank you for everyone joining us here in the council chambers and for everyone watching online. We will start our meeting as we always do. If you're able, please stand and remove your caps and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all once again for being here. I just noticed we don't have a Minnesota flag, so we got a blank flagpole over there. I just noticed that as we turned over. So welcome to everybody, and thanks to everybody watching online. Council, we've got a full agenda this evening, and we've got a lot of work to do, so we're going to get right to it. And our first order of business tonight is the approval of tonight's agenda, and as I said, it's a hefty one. Item 2 in our agenda is our introductory items, and we've got under 2.1, we're going to introduce a number of new employees. We're going to hear an update from our Hennepin County Commissioner, Debbie Goettel. Glad to have her this evening. Welcome, Commissioner. We're going to hear on item 2.3 our external auditor's report on the 2023 annual financial report. We're going to read a proclamation under 2.4 regarding Juneteenth. Then we're going to make a series of appointments. Item 2.5, we're going to appoint members to our Planning Commission. Item 2.6, we're going to make an appointment of a young adult member to our Parks, Arts, and Recreation Commission. 2.7, an appointment of a young adult member to our Sustainability Commission. And 2.8 is we're going to have our appointments to our Advisory Board of Health. Our consent business is 19 items long. Councilmember Nelson has our consent agenda tonight. Thank you for doing that, council member. Under item 4, our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances, we have 2 public hearings this evening. The first is a public hearing regarding a city code amendment regarding our environmental standards update. And item 4.2 is a public hearing regarding our prevailing wage ordinance. The final item of our evening is our organizational business. And item 5.1 under organizational business, we're going to hear an update on our large building benchmarking program. Item 5.2, a discussion on our cannabis zoning and business registration standards. The first conversation we're going to be having on that in front of this council, so that'll be interesting. And we'll wrap up, as we always do, item 5.3, our city council policy and issues updates, and we will adjourn then. So as I said, council, we got a busy one tonight. Any additions or corrections to tonight's agenda? If not, I would move tonight's agenda as stated.
Second.
Motion and a second by Councilmember Lohman to accept tonight's agenda as stated. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0, and we have an agenda this evening. First item is item 2.1, our introduction of new employees. And as I said, we've got a number of them, and we are going to start with City Clerk Christina Scipione introducing our new Deputy City Clerk. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's nice to see you this evening, and it's especially nice to be introducing Jamie. Come up here. To be introducing Jamie Hansen, our new Deputy City Clerk for Elections, Licensing, and Passports. Jamie started at the end of April, and she's been a fabulous addition to the City Clerk's office. She comes to us with 6.5 years of experience in Maple Grove as their Deputy City Clerk. She's a Minnesota Certified Municipal Clerk and has her bachelor's degree in Business Administration from North Dakota State. Jamie has extensive elections experience, which we're super pumped about. Just before this meeting, she was actually showing me new color coding for all of our election envelopes, and it made my city clerk heart sing. It's very exciting. She's Jamie and our team. She's leading our licensing, our business licensing, our elections, our passports, our cemetery team. So she's supporting all of the folks that are providing that front level customer service for our community members. So she's a vital part of our team, and she's been a great addition. We're super excited to have her, and I'll let her introduce herself a little bit.
Good evening, Jamie. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I am really excited to be here in Bloomington. The staff here has been incredibly welcoming and very knowledgeable and helpful in my first couple of weeks here. I'm really excited to learn all the new aspects of the job, and then still getting to do the things I love, which the main one being elections has always been my thing. I kind of feel like I'm coming full circle. Growing up, my grandpa was the mayor, and so I think I was somehow destined to work in municipal government somehow. And then, funny enough, my husband and I got engaged here in Bloomington, so it all just feels like the universe has aligned for this position for me. So thank you.
Well, welcome and thank you. And I honestly didn't know we had a cemetery team. That's good to know. So,
It takes a team, Mayor.
it takes a team. I assume it probably does. So thank you and welcome, Jamie. Welcome. Next up, I will call on our Assistant City Manager, Elizabeth Tolzman, doing a couple of introductions for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I have the pleasure of introducing Jackie Donkavage on behalf of the co-ed team. So I'll just start by sharing about her bio. Jackie started on May 28th in the newly created position of Community Outreach and Volunteer Coordinator. Jackie is returning to the city of Bloomington after previously working for 19 years in the roles of Human Services Coordinator and Recreation Supervisor. She is a graduate of the University of Minnesota, holding a degree in Recreation, Park, and Leisure Studies with an emphasis in therapeutic recreation. She enjoys helping people explore their interests and get connected in impactful and meaningful ways to the community as volunteers, program participants, and leaders. She has worked extensively with volunteers in a variety of settings, most recently at Brighter Days Family Grief Center in Eden Prairie, and she was recently at Veep's 50th anniversary celebration as well. I also learned that Jackie's a 26-year resident of Bloomington, living not too far from here with her partner, Todd. And she has 2 adult children, Evie and Henry, who live in Eau Claire. And in her final interview for the city of Bloomington, the replacement song, Here Comes the Regular, was playing. And it was an omen that she was meant to come back. So, Jackie?
Good evening, Jackie. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good to see everyone. It's great to be back. And we are ready in community engagement to get down to the business of getting volunteers, the whole system consistent and welcoming and making sure we are offering plentiful and equitable volunteer opportunities for all of Bloomington.
Well, good. It's good to see you again. We had the opportunity to connect a little bit at the Veep 50th anniversary celebration and talk to council about the importance of this volunteer coordinator position. I think we have talked about this as a council, the importance of allowing people to use their talents to serve the community like they're dying to. They're really wanting to do so, and to have someone coordinating that and putting people in the best positions to succeed is very important. So we're very glad to have you on board.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor and council members, just if you don't know, City Manager Verbrugge is online tonight. And so on his behalf, I have the distinct pleasure of also introducing our new Community Development Director, Kim Berggren. Oh, there she is. Come on up. And I've talked about universes colliding. Kim and I actually worked at the City of Brooklyn Park together in my earlier years, so it's great to see our paths collide again, and I think it was meant to be. So Kim Berggren started as the Director of Community Development on June 4th. Before joining us, Kim served as the Director of Community Development for the City of Brooklyn Park and the Executive Director for the Brooklyn Park Economic Development Authority for 10 years. Prior to that, she worked in various housing and economic development roles in the cities of Brooklyn Park, New Hope, and Columbia Heights. Kim has a master's degree in urban and regional planning from the University of Minnesota. She's a certified planner by the American Institute of Certified Planners and was certified in economic development and housing finance by the National Development Council. She resides in St. Anthony with her husband, Scott, and her 2 beautiful children, Weston and Lakin.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to meet you all tonight. I know I've met a few of you already, but I look forward to having more opportunities to connect. And I've had a great time so far getting to know the work of Bloomington these last 2 weeks, and I can't wait to get more involved.
Great. Wonderful to have you on board. Welcome. Thank you. And now that you're on board, we're going to put you right to work and
Yes.
have you introduce a couple of members of the community development staff.
Thank you. I get the privilege tonight of introducing 2 of our newer employees in the Community Development Department. First, I'll introduce Liz Boucha. And come on up here. As Liz is walking up, she started with the department in early May as an environmental health office support specialist, but she is not new to the department. She worked previously for the department in 2021 and 2022, and then went to work for the Doran Group as an assistant property manager. Prior to that, Liz was a planner for the city of Shakopee and a planning and zoning specialist for Waseca County, and also a planning intern for the city of Duluth. Liz has a bachelor's degree from the University of Minnesota Duluth in urban and regional planning and an associate's degree from the Minneapolis Media Institute of Audio Engineering and Production. So please welcome Liz.
Good evening, Liz. Welcome.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm excited to be here. I'm looking forward to serving the city of Bloomington.
Very good. Well, thank you. Thanks for being here tonight.
And next, I'll introduce Nicole Castern. She's a new senior plans examiner with the city. She started at the end of April. Nicole transitioned here from her position as a project manager of design and development for Mr. Car Wash. Her extensive experience includes roles such as architectural project management at Core States Group and plans examiner for MinSpec and Fusion Architecture. Nicole holds a bachelor's degree in architecture from Louisiana Tech and is also a licensed architect here in Minnesota.
Good evening, Nicole. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm excited to be here and review building permits and get things approved. So thank you.
Very good. Thanks for being here. So, Kim, Jackie, Janie, Liz, and Nicole. I wanted to make sure I got all those names. Thanks and congratulations. Welcome to the city of Bloomington. We're so glad to have you on board and looking forward to seeing you out and about in the community around City Hall and making a difference in our community. So welcome and thanks for being with us tonight. Item 2.2 on our agenda tonight is an update from our Hennepin County Commissioner, Commissioner Debbie Goettel. Good evening, Commissioner Goettel. Welcome, and thank you for being here in Bloomington.
Good evening. It's always a pleasure to come to the city of Bloomington. I love being here. I'll let you pull the slides up. And while we get the slides pulled up, I just want to thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank you, City Council and staff here in Bloomington. As your Hennepin County Commissioner, you know, it's time for us to provide an annual update, but a lot of it's about the cooperation and the great partnership that we have with the city here. And I just want to thank you. That really makes a lot of difference in how we're able to accomplish a lot together. So, are we up? There we go. And you can go to the next slide. Yeah, right there. For the general public watching, I just want to let them know what the 5th District really is, which is Bloomington, Richfield, the southern portion of Eden Prairie, south of Crosstown, or 62, and a small portion now of southwest Minneapolis. You can see it right above Richfield there. That happened while redistricting happened. While the Bloomington City Council understands what the Hennepin County Commissioners do in general, county usually flies under the radar, despite, you know, our far-reaching investments and the impact that we have in our communities. Minnesota's we're Minnesota's second largest government after the state of Minnesota, and the largest local government unit statewide. So, and next slide, please. So just again, there are 7 county commissioners. They function much like you do here right at the council. We steward roughly $2.7 billion annually for our budget. And we fund things like human services, public health, public safety, public works, our jails, our courts, our elections, our libraries, all the things that make our communities very livable. Disparity reduction is a driving principle in everything that we do. We want to enable everyone to have the ability, no matter who they are, to access all the services that they need. And through our Housing and Redevelopment Authority, our HRA, we also steward considerable investments in housing and economic development. We do this on behalf of 1.3 million residents here in Hennepin County. That's 1 in 5 residents of Minnesota live in Hennepin County here and call it home. Next slide, please. As the second largest government in the state, we can offer considerable weight in advocating for our municipal and local partners for things that we want to see passed into state law. Some of these issues are referred to up on the screen, as you can see. But one of the things I want to say is that you have been a diligent and great partner at the legislature. We share our legislative agendas on a regular basis, and we go and advocate for each other. And that partnership with our local communities really makes our voices heard. You're the 3rd largest city, too, and we're the largest county. We are a powerhouse together, and we get a lot of really great legislation through. So thank you for that. Next slide. I want to talk a minute about affordable housing creation and housing supports. That's some of the most important investments that we're making to increase the quality of life for Hennepin County residents. County's Housing First model is what it's called. In 2023, we invested $191 million in this line of business. That contributing over half of these dollars came right out of our general fund. In May and June of this year alone, the county and the HRA board approved funding awards totaling $20.3 million, which will create and preserve 1,600 units of affordable housing in our communities. We are seeing a large-scale process that's really working out here. And I want to just mention, too, that Bloomington is a leader here in affordable housing as well. We know that. With these first-time dollars, it makes money accessible to these developers. First money in really matters, or sometimes they can't get the rest of their financing to get a project off the ground, and that's what we do for those projects. Next slide. We are also making a huge impact in supporting our unsheltered homeless community and attaining housing. And the numbers are moving in the right direction. Finally, years and years of this, we are making headway. Family shelters and the outflow, the people that are finding housing, has been exceeding those who are coming into the shelter for the first time in a long time. Since January, we have shrunk the total of family shelter rooms by more than 40%, closing over 200 units. This is due to our enhanced funding in 2024, also our homeless prevention efforts of eviction court, our nimble triage of newly homeless families with our partners and sites and our other nonprofit organizations. So next slide. So how do we do it? Each program participant is paired with a case manager who provides a holistic support and resources in order to help them sustainably secure housing. The same person throughout the process, handling all aspects of all needs. It's a one-stop shop. This has had enormous success. 94% of the individuals housed through this program have not returned to homelessness response system. So that's stable over a 1 year period of time. So that's a really good record so far. Cross your fingers, it'll keep going. We're still measuring. May is, we reached a major milestone of 1,000 individuals housed. So the big one. Next slide, please. With the pandemic in the rearview mirror, we're still working towards spending down the county's $247 million award from the ARPA dollars from the federal government. In May, more than $173 million has gone out the door to help pay for programs that have helped our residents emerge stronger and more resilient. The remainder is already allocated and will be spent by the end of the year, so we will be turning back no dollars. Next slide. I wanted to spend just a minute talking about mental health. I know this is really important to Bloomington. Hennepin County is working on many fronts to help mitigate and build out a mental health supports across the entire continuum of care. One such program, the Police Embedded Social Worker Program. Bloomington is intimately involved with this program from the very beginning in the pilot stage. It has become an essential new response method, serving all municipalities in Hennepin County with 45 social workers now. In 2023 alone, Bloomington Police made 917 referrals to the embedded social workers, 268 referrals to a range of social services. Through this year, quarter two of Bloomington made 508 referrals to the program. 69 referrals to a range of social services, including mental health, drug treatment, housing, and employment services. Next slide, please. In 2023, we launched a $1.7 million mental health awareness community campaign aimed at normalizing mental health conversations and reducing the stigma through education. We called this See Mental Health. It earned more than 202 million total impressions, ensuring people were reached multiple times in a variety of ways. The See Mental Health team participated in 36 community events, engaging in more than 8,000 people in person and across the county. Next slide, please. And I want to focus on youth now and mental health. According to the Centers of Disease Control, the CDC, more than 4 in 10 students feel persistently sad or hopeless. 1 in 3 experience poor mental health, and our school board's mental health partnership is helping to turn this tide. As reported by the MinPost in January, researchers believe school-based mental health services have resulted in 260 fewer self-reported suicide attempts by Hennepin County students in grades 6 through 12 from 2004 to 2024. This is true prevention. This is where we need to be. We're providing services to 6,600 students yearly, and this program is in every district and every public school countywide. Next slide, please. This is something that's exciting to talk about, and again, Bloomington's right at the forefront helping us and partnering. Elevate Hennepin, a resource hub for local entrepreneurs to expert advisors at no cost. That's free services to entrepreneurs on a wide range of topics. Just one piece of the broader strategy that we do to support our local businesses at every stage. And again, Bloomington's really aligned in this program. Thousands of businesses have used Elevate Hennepin, including more than 2,700 who have accessed over 31,000 hours at no cost, one-on-one advising or cohort learning opportunities. So if you need accounting services, if you need an attorney, if you need regulatory services, those are the kind of services we can bring to a business for free. This translates to 133 businesses. They have access to $25 million in financing through our advisor network, impacting over 500 jobs. And I'm sure that's going to grow. Next slide, please. So to help augment this great work, I'm excited to announce that Hennepin is adding $20 million to our established capital fund from 2021. This will make more financing available to business owners in 2025. This will leverage direct loans, technical support to area businesses across Hennepin County. Examples of how we are continuing to nurture innovation born out of the pandemic and partnering with our cities. And the next slide. And now for something completely different. There I am out in Bloomington on the boulevard there. Trees. You know, this is a direct link to our climate change goals. At Hennepin County, our goal is to plant 1 million trees by 2030 in collaboration with our local partners. So thank you, Bloomington. You're a really great partner. We estimate that 472,000 trees will have been planted by the end of 2024. Some of the really great things I want to highlight about this program now are Hennepin received $10 million in federal forestry funds to remove and replace trees, diseased trees, on owner-occupied lower-income housing in federally designated community opportunity zone census tracts, which includes portions of Bloomington and Richfield. So, when those dollars come available, I'm sure you'll be tapping into them. $500,000 is made available annually through our Healthy Tree Canopy Grant Program at Hennepin County. This is annual. Cities, schools, affordable housing providers, and nonprofits are all eligible for this. We have wholesale tree purchasing opportunities for cities within Hennepin County. Yes, we grow our own trees. That's a program for us to train employees. And county's first ever urban tree carbon offset sales program launched in 2023. Next slide. And lastly, another one of our great partnerships is with Public Works Department. We wanted to include a map and the list of the future infrastructure projects on the horizon. I won't go through these line by line. I know you know them already anyway. But I want to extend a big thanks for the collaboration between the city staff and the county staff in Bloomington and Hennepin County to make these great projects possible. All these projects can be easily found on Hennepin County's website, GIS web maps, for both transportation activities and capital improvement projects. I also know that they're up on your website as well, so they're easy to find for your residents. And last slide. With that, Mayor Bussey, I just want to say thank you very much, and I want to turn this back to you, and I'm happy to stand for comments or questions.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Goettel. Thank you for the work and for the commitment that you show, and thank you for the work of the entire Hennepin County Board. I know it's it's often, as you said, it's kind of the hidden level of government, but boy, the important work that gets done at Hennepin County Government Center for, as you said, more than 1 million residents in the county of Hennepin. It is impressive. So thank you. Thank you for your work on behalf of Bloomington, and thanks for being with us tonight. Council, any questions for Commissioner Goettel? Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Thanks, Commissioner Goettel. Great to see you as always. I had a couple of quick questions. First on the housing initiatives that you had mentioned, I think I heard it right, that more people were moved into new housing than were provided shelter rooms for the first time. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, that's great news. Can you talk to a little bit about how the housing caseworker program is supporting that? You mentioned a lot of one-on-one care. Does that mean that you hired a lot of caseworkers, or does that mean that those caseworkers are working with more than one folk at a time, et cetera?
They have a caseload, but we've lowered their caseloads so that they can work with fewer. And yes, we hired more caseworkers to do this work. We figure that we'll be having opportunities in some of our other programming to move those caseworkers to other work as we whittle down on these numbers. And let's hope that they keep continuing to go down.
Yeah, that's great. Do you have an outcome goal, meaning to shut down all of your shelter rooms? Is that one of the outcomes that you have?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so the expectation is that this program, if it's working the way that you envision it, that people who are newly homeless will within 30 days find something new to live in.
Well, I think we're more realistically between 30 to 90 days, but yes.
Okay. Great.
We've been pretty successful at that. Things have been opening up a little bit better for us. We have some really great products out there, and a lot of partners that are working with us that are able to help these folks find housing.
But so my follow-up question to that is when you find them housing, how close are they to, generally speaking, to the residents they used to have? So, for example, if we have a Bloomington family that's newly homeless, do you prioritize trying to find them something else in Bloomington, or are we talking about Hennepin County as a whole?
Well, it's actually their preference.
Okay.
So if they want to try to stay there, we'll look there first. But also, too, a lot of those people have connections with other people who have come here that are in other cities. And then some of them are residents from your own area, and they do want to stay back in this community. About half of the people who were in the shelter that's here that will close soon were residents of Bloomington.
Okay, great. Another question that I have on the Elevate Hennepin function is the capital that's invested there, are the loans that you provide to folks similar to market rate loans, or are you providing lower interest or maybe no interest or other types of functions? And if that's the case, what's the income or priority qualification for getting a loan through that program?
And now I probably don't have that in depth of information, but I'm sure my office can get it. Graham, will you take a note on that?
Yeah, sure.
And we'll get that back to you because that's a newer area that we're doing. We also work with a bank that's working with smaller loans too. So we're trying to expand that. I'm also working outside of the county with a nonprofit that wants to set up a fund just to fund smaller businesses that are not niche tech and don't have other large capital. So there's a lot going on, and I don't think we're done. We've just started this part of the continuum.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks, Mayor.
Also, any additional questions? Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I'll keep it quick. Again, I want to echo the statements that the mayor has brought forward in terms of your work and leadership over the last several years around these pieces here. And I just, one of the things I've just been very impressed with is in terms of some of the items around, you talked about the homelessness, in terms of the successfulness with that and with small businesses and really the measures that kind of come forward with that. And so what my question is for you is, as we look forward in the next 4 years, what are some of your focuses and the things that you want to kind of bring forward as we kind of look in the next 4 years and things that we can partner on as we look next?
Prevention is a really big key. We're also, if you know of anybody who isn't paying their water bills or something like that, that's a flag that they may be behind on their taxes, they may be behind on other things, and if we can get to them, we have emergency dollars and we have CAPHC, which I know you know of that organization, I sit on that board, we could stand those people up. Our biggest issue is to try to get them before they get to eviction court, right? We don't want them there, although we meet them there, and we've hired extra attorneys to be there. Most of the time, 80% of those people still stay housed, and those who don't, there's a social worker to catch them on the other side so that they're in shelter right away. So so we're trying to get further up that curve. We're behind the 8 ball if you catch them at court. And then those that you don't catch at court, they just pick up and leave. We want to get them before that. And so we're also working with your schools. We're in the schools right now, and a lot of the workers in your schools know who those folks are at risk of losing their housing. And a lot of it has to do with the kids who are absent a lot, those kinds of things. And so we look into the families and we find out that there's a lot of issues going on. And one of them, the biggest one usually, is unstable housing. So we're still working on it, but we'll partner with you on that for sure. And you already do. Your schools were great. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Goettel.
I'll be back.
Thank you for your work. Thank you for your involvement in Bloomington. It was great to see you the other night at the VEEP 50th anniversary. And so appreciate your attention to the work that goes on here and your commitment to the people of Bloomington. So thank you so very much.
Thanks. Good to see all of you.
Good to see you as well. Council, next on our agenda is item 2.3. This is our external auditor's report on the 2023 annual financial report. And Amy Sevig from our finance office is going to introduce this, and Mr. Andy Herring is here as well. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As the mayor said, I am Amy Sevig, the Deputy Finance Officer. And first off, I just want to extend a huge thank you to the accounting team who worked extensively to create work papers, answer the auditor's questions, and produce the annual comprehensive financial report. But tonight I am here to introduce Andy Herring, a partner at Redpath & Company, who will present the results of that hard work of our 2023 external audit. Thanks.
Good evening, Mr. Herring. Welcome back again.
Good evening.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you, Mayor, council members. Again, my name's Andy Herring from Redpath & Company, and I'm here to present the results of the 2023 financial audit. So the reports that we produce as part of the audit, we actually issue 5 reports: an opinion on the financial statements, a report on internal control, a report on legal compliance, Minnesota legal compliance, a federal compliance report, and then a governance letter to the mayor and council members. So quick snapshot of the results here. We issued an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements. The internal control report had no findings, as did the legal compliance report. The federal compliance report had 1 finding, which we'll get to in a few minutes, and then just standard communications in the governance letter. Looking back at 2022, for the 52nd consecutive year, the city once again received an excellent in financial reporting, a certificate of achievement from the Government Finance Officers Association, representing that the city prepared comprehensive, transparent, and consistent accounting statements or financial statements, this document here. So the opinion on the statements are the main point of an audit. What did we do? We determined that the amounts and disclosures in this document were fairly presented in all material respects. So what that means, we do not audit every single transaction. Our goal is not to verify that the amounts are fairly stated down to the penny. You know, an auditor's role is to make sure the amounts are materially correct so that the user of the financial statement can make sound, correct financial decisions based on the numbers in the financial statements. So how do we do it? We plan the audit to verify occurrence, making sure that the things reported in the financial statements actually occurred and pertain to the city. Completeness, ensuring that everything that should have been included in this document is included in the document. And then accuracy, cutoff, and classification of the amounts in the financial statements. We use various auditing techniques, analytical procedures. We trace to source documentation such as invoices. We perform dual inquiries, making sure we're getting the same response from multiple people. So there's a variety of audit techniques we use. Once again, we issued an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements, and that's the highest level of opinion you can receive. So good news there. Then just taking a step back, there's a few audit risks that we identify during the planning stage of the audit. I thought I'd take a minute to just describe those risks to you because they are important. The first risk, management override of controls, that's a risk that's prevalent in any audit that's done. And that just means there's always going to be the risk that somebody in the position of authority may ask or direct another employee to do something that doesn't follow the city's policies or procedures. The second risk, this I think is the biggie, the inappropriate disbursements, whether on purpose or by mistake. What you really don't want to have happen is a misappropriation and a disbursement that you don't want, or a misuse of taxpayer dollars, misuse of grant dollars. So we're paying attention to that from many different aspects during the audit. There's more and more fraud schemes out there that are attempting to attack city funds. Your vendors are fairly well known. They're not that difficult to figure out, the common vendors of the city. There's email schemes. You can get somebody pretending to be a vendor, call up somebody in finance. Hey, I've got a new bank account number. Wire the money to this account instead of that account. Or I've moved. Can you send the check to this new address versus the old address? Somebody could receive an email representing the mayor, but it's not the mayor. Hey, could you cut a check for this organization, or can you give me gift cards for this event? There's all kinds of schemes out there that we discuss as part of the audit that the finance staff and everybody really has to pay attention to and be on the alert for, because it happens, and it's happening all of the time. The third item is really a technical item relating to matching grant revenues and expenditures. Is something we look out for during the audit. Luckily, I did not encounter any of these events occurring during the audit. The next report, our report on internal controls, it really ties into that last slide. Internal controls are the policies and procedures of the city to really prevent those items from occurring, and much more. Examples of internal controls: approval over disbursements, over bank reconciliations. There should be an ideal segregation of duties, making sure that no one person has too much power or authority, essentially a system of checks and balances. And then a review of financial information on the back end to detect any potential errors. So we look at the city's internal controls when we perform the audit and did not note any deficiencies in internal control. Next, the state auditor issues a guide of 7 areas that we must test for as part of the audit. Really, we're testing for compliance with Minnesota statutes. So you can see the various areas listed there. We're testing to make sure the city is invested its funds properly in accordance with Statute 118A, that there's collateral over those deposits, that any conflicts of interest are properly disclosed. There's requirements whenever there's a bidding process that the city encounters, requirements over tax increment and spending and a miscellaneous section, just all kinds of compliance requirements that the city must follow. So we select a sample of transactions to see if compliance is followed, and the result, no compliance findings. Then there's also a report on federal compliance, or this is also known as a single audit. It's an audit of federal expenditures. During 2023, the city expended about $16.5 million of federal funds that it received. So there's a formula to determine for us the types of major programs. They're referred to as or the various federal programs that we must test. And that formula kicked out that we tested 4 programs this past year as part of our single audit: the Highway Planning and Construction, ARPA funds, the SAFER grant, and the WIC program. So we gain an understanding of the internal controls and compliance over each of those programs. And we test the various expenditures of those programs on a sample basis and consider whether any control deficiencies existed. So as part of the single audit, the city has to prepare, it's called a schedule of expenditures of federal awards. It's essentially a listing of all of the federal dollars spent. And here's where the finding comes into play. This listing that the city prepared, it wasn't quite accurate going into the audit. There was one program that the expenditures were overstated and another program that was the expenditures were understated. But I want to emphasize it was just the reporting on this schedule. It wasn't actual dollars that were underspent or overspent. Rather, it was just the reporting. So as part of the audit process, we worked with finance staff to correct those errors, and then the schedule gets submitted, the corrected version gets submitted to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. So that was the one finding, that this schedule wasn't perfect as we started the audit. Lastly, the last report is a letter that we issue to the council. This is a required letter as part of the audit. Hits on there was one new accounting standard that took effect in 2023, but it actually did not have an effect on the city. There are a few estimates in the financial statements, but nothing significant. I'm happy to report that there were no difficulties encountered or disagreements with staff during our audit. The finance staff were well prepared and pleasant to work with, so that always makes the audit more enjoyable. And lastly, there were no material misstatements that we identified during the audit. And then I just have a few slides, few financial slides relating to 2023 for the general fund. The final budget called for about a $2.5 million increase in fund balance. The actual fund balance increased $6.2 million, due both to higher than anticipated revenue and lower than anticipated expenditures. A look back at the last 5 years, you can see fund balance has grown, but so has the city's needs through its budget. City is not immune to inflation like anybody else, so its budget has grown over the last 5 years. But as you can see there, the overall, you've stayed right around that 50% level for fund balance as a percentage of the ensuing year's budget. As you know, property taxes are the primary source of income for the city, and that first installment of taxes is not received until about halfway through the year. So sufficient funds are needed at the end of the year, at December 31st, to fund the operations for the first half of the year. So that's one of the main reasons why the fund balance is needed at year end. And also there's a few other, so you can see fund balance at the end of 2023 was about 51 million. And there at the bottom of this chart is the 51 million. There's also a few other needs, other restrictions and commitments of fund balance relating to public safety aid received from the state of Minnesota. That's restricted for certain purposes. And then also commitments that the city council has made via means of budget carryovers from 2023, encumbrances, which brings us down to an unassigned fund balance of 37.9 million. I just have a few, they aren't technically bullets, but a few additional points of why a healthy unassigned fund balance is necessary. As I stated, to fund a portion of the ensuing year's budget. Fund balance is always needed for reserves or emergencies that may come up. Hopefully we don't encounter another COVID, but that places a financial strain on governments. You never know when a a natural disaster might hit, and I wouldn't necessarily rely on FEMA funds to be right there at your doorstep. And even such things as, this past winter was an easy one, but if you think about 2 winters ago, the cost of all that snowfall removal, that places a financial strain. So then also a fund balance reserve is necessary for any other potential needs or to decrease volatility in future budgets. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and also a request, not by me, but usually by you, if you're happy with the results of the audit, it'd be a motion to accept the audit this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Herring. Very thorough as always, and appreciate it. Thanks for the information. Council, any questions of Mr. Herring this evening? No questions. Very straightforward. I think a good solid audit once again. I think showing that our finance staff, I think, is second to none. They're fantastic. Proven by 52 years in a row of the GFOA award that they've received, which is very impressive, I think.
I agree.
Council, anything? If not, Council, I would look for a motion to accept the 2023 audit and related reports.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Carter, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro to accept the 2023 audit and related reports. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you much, Mr. Herring. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We'll see you again this time next year.
Sounds good.
Council, next on our agenda is item 2.4. It's a proclamation. I'm going to head down to the podium. Our proclamation this evening is regarding Juneteenth, and typically what we do is invite members of the folks receiving the proclamation to join me up here, so come on up, and in particular the folks from the City of Bloomington Black Employee Network who were instrumental in planning our Juneteenth celebration. Good evening and welcome. Come on around. I'll even turn the microphone over to you when I'm done. How about that? Very good. This proclamation is for Juneteenth, June 19, 2024. Whereas the year 1619 represents a landmark in the long history of slavery in European colonies and the beginning stages of what would become the institution of chattel slavery in America. And whereas the forced migration and subsequent enslavement of Africans in America was integral to establishing the United States as a world economic power. And whereas slavery emerged as a national institution and directly influenced the economies and the wealth of both northern and southern states. And whereas President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation effective January 1st, 1863, freeing the slaves in the South, Southern slave owners ignored that order. And on June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas, and enforced the president's order, freeing the slaves 2.5 years after it was first agreed. And whereas, through other systems of oppression, such as sharecropping, Jim Crow, redlining, and mass incarceration, the disenfranchisement of black bodies continued past slavery and persists to this day. And whereas despite those grievous hardships, African Americans, both during periods of enslavement and still today, make significant contributions to every segment of American society. And whereas Juneteenth is recognized as the end of chattel slavery in the United States and has a special meaning to African Americans, and this is called Juneteenth, combining the words June and 19th, and has been celebrated by the African American community for more than 150 years. And whereas the full promise of that day is yet unrealized, and therefore Juneteenth also serves as a reminder of the work yet to come that will be necessary in order to ensure a more equitable world for future generations. And whereas the City of Bloomington recognizes and affirms the value of black lives and the immeasurable contributions of African Americans to this country and to this city. Now therefore I, Tim Bussey, Mayor of the City of Bloomington, Minnesota, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth in the City of Bloomington, Minnesota, and urge all citizens to become more aware of the significance of this celebration in African American history and continue to work toward racial equity and realization of the full promise of emancipation. Signed the 17th day of June, 2024. Now, Juneteenth is officially Wednesday, and June 19th, and city offices will be closed now that it's a state holiday, and will be closed on June 19th. we took the opportunity on Saturday to celebrate here in Bloomington Juneteenth. And if you weren't here, I'm sorry you weren't, because we had a lot of fun. City Hall, despite the rain, was full. It was incredible energy. It was full of dancing and music and food and very wet food trucks and local vendors, just a great sense of community. And congratulations to the folks who put that all together. Faith Jackson is sitting out there. Members of our, as I mentioned, our City of Bloomington Black Employee Network, the Church of New Life, Normandale. Everybody was so important to pulling all this together. So thank you. Thank you for your work on this. I'm going to turn the microphone over to you and let you chime in as you would like. Yep, you got to face the camera.
Okay. Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Keely Jackson. I am here on behalf of the committee, as the mayor just said, the Black Employment Network for the city of Bloomington. We did have a fabulous time Saturday, and it was really good seeing you out.
Happy to be here.
And I thank you for taking this time to recognize that this is an important day, indeed.
It is, without question. The next official part is we have to do a grip and grin. So let's step over here. I'll present you officially with the proclamation, and you can share this then with the rest of the network. Congratulations, Keely. Well done. Council item 2.5 on our agenda, and actually 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all appointments. And item 2.5 is our appointment to our Planning Commission. We had 2 openings on our Planning Commission, and I will say all of our boards and commissions are important in the city of Bloomington. The Planning Commission has a special importance. They do a lot of big work, and they make some very important financial decisions for the city of Bloomington. And so we made a point with 2 openings on the Planning Commission. We made a point of interviewing very, very thoroughly, actually, the dozen members of the community who came forward and submitted their name as applicants for those positions on the Planning Commission. And I want to say thank you to Councilmembers D'Alessandro, Councilmember Rivas, Councilmember Nelson, and Councilmember Lohman for serving on that Planning Commission, as well as one of our members of our Planning Commission themselves. I'm blanking on her name. Help me here. Joanna, thank you. Thank you very much. And we did, as I said, talk to a dozen people over the course of 4 hours and had a very good discussion and have come forward with a couple of recommendations for the appointments to the Planning Commission. Rather than me continuing to talk, there's plenty of me talking, I'd like to turn it over to the folks who were part of that interview panel and perhaps talk about what we were looking for, what we stated ahead of time, what we were looking for in terms of appointment, what we were looking for in candidates, what we wanted to see, and what we did see when we talked to those dozen people. So, Councilmember D'Alessandro, do you want to kick us off?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the one of the main questions we had before we got started was asking Joanna, the representative from Planning Commission, what's the makeup of the board today? With the folks that are leaving, what are you losing? All those kinds of things to make sure that we could come up with a sense for what expertise or knowledge would be most helpful to the work of the Planning Commission, especially knowing the work plan that we have for the rest of the year. The themes that we agreed upon were a sense of an understanding of the plight and the value of our small business community here. So somebody who might be focused on that or clear on that, an understanding of the importance of the work that we are doing for sustainability and climate change, so that we could make sure that as we are thinking about work plan items to change our codes and that kind of thing, that we had some information and available expertise to look at that. Someone who has or will be involved in our schools in some way, simply because they're in the process of getting a lot of funding through and doing some capital work themselves and that kind of thing, and that could be helpful. And then the fourth thing that I remember us talking about was that if we could find folks that had explicitly some commercial experience, because we have so much economic development items that are on our list and our agenda going forward, things like the Lindale retrofit and that kind of thing. So that was kind of the way that we set up, I think, our collective heads to think about what people could bring to the table. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lohman, Nelson, or Rivas, anything to add? Councilmember Nelson, please.
Thanks, Mayor. The one thing that I would add is, in my experience, this was probably the most difficult to narrow down of any commission appointments. And we spoke positively of all 12 people that applied. And I guess I would just give my strong encouragement to each and every one of them to look for other opportunities to get involved in the community. These were great, great people. It was tough. We spent, I don't know, what was it, 5-6 hours going through this process and talking about people and going back and forth. And so I appreciate my colleagues' time on that. And just was a great discussion. You know, we did ultimately narrow it down as ultimately you do have to make decisions. You can't just sit there and talk all night. You got to sometime decide. So again, the people were fantastic. And I just hope if those that, you know, there's only 2 spots for 12 people, 10 of them aren't going to get appointed, and I hope they stay involved and find another way to do that. So,
thank you, Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Rivas, Councilmember Lohman, anything to add? No, Councilmember Lohman, anything?
Well, I'll be brief here. Yeah, I mean, it was a tough decision. I think what the public needs to know, too, is the questions and the preparation that these folks went through. Again, just thank you for your time and effort that you brought forward to do this. And I also want to thank the staff as well. They've really done a nice job of moving us from where we were several years ago to where we are today, and yet there's always more work to be done. Maybe they could make it easier for us to make a decision in the end, too. But hats off to them and all the folks who have been a part of this process.
Thank you, council members. Anything, Councilmember Rivas, or no?
I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity to participate in that. It was tough to decide. Everybody was very qualified to do the job, and it was difficult to decide on which ones to do it. But I think we came to the proper agreement to bring the most qualified people to the positions. So, but thanks for the opportunity.
Absolutely. So, Council, as I mentioned, we did talk to a dozen people, and whenever we get to this, I always share of the time. I mean, early in my council career, when I remember we literally had to call people and ask them to apply for boards and commissions because we did not have anybody apply, and to have the process in place that we do now, and thank you, Councilmember Lohman, for bringing that up. To have the process in place now, and the staff work to recruit and to find these outstanding candidates, it makes our life difficult because there's so many good candidates, but it is so much stronger than it has been in the past in terms of making these important appointments to city boards and commissions. After talking to a dozen people and reviewing, and I think as Councilmember Nelson said, literally every name came up at least some point with positive comments on it. The recommendation of the appointment committee was to move to appoint Kevin Cunningham and Deanna White to the Planning Commission. Now, we said all along that that's the recommendation of that committee. The council can do whatever it would like, but that was the recommendation that was made and passed forward, and we have it in our agenda packet tonight. So with that, council, we're going to go through a couple of rounds of voting and see if we can't come to a consensus as to who to appoint to the Planning Commission. We have 12 folks, and what you will be able to do is vote for 2 of them, please. As we go through, vote for 2 at a time. And as we get to the end, if we have somebody with 4 votes, a majority of votes, that person will move forward as an appointment. If we don't get to 4 votes, what we'll do then is probably eliminate folks who do not have any votes, and we'll re-vote until we get to a point where we have 2 candidates with 4 votes each. Everybody clear on that? Ms. Mercer, you're going to be calling the names if you could, and we'll keep track. And I think we're just headed not quite right down the dais here, but Safa will call your name, and if you could offer your 2 votes and offer them either by name or number would be easiest. So, okay. Safa, please.
Thank you, Mayor. D'Alessandro?
Cunningham and White.
Carter?
Cunningham and White.
Mua?
Cunningham and White.
Rivas?
Cunningham White.
Nelson,
Cunningham and White.
Lohman,
I'll go with number 1 and number 12.
and Mayor Bussey.
Cunningham and White. So council, based on the tally that I have here, both Kevin Cunningham has 6 votes for appointment. Deanna White has 7 votes for appointment. So council, I would look for a motion to appoint Kevin Cunningham and Deanna White to terms on the Planning Commission to go from 7/1/24 to 6/30/27.
Mayor, I'd be happy to make that motion.
Second.
Councilmember Lohman with the motion, Councilmember D'Alessandro with the second, to appoint Kevin Cunningham and Deanna White to our Planning Commission. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. As Councilmember Nelson said, thank you so very much to the other folks who did apply. We had an outstanding pool of candidates, and I really hope you stay involved and look for other options and other opportunities, because there's a lot to do, and we'd love to put you to work in the city in one way or another. Council item 2.6 on our agenda is our second appointment. This is an appointment of the young adult member to the Parks, Arts, and Recreation Commission, and this will be for a term from September 1st, 24 to August 31st, 2025. We had 2 applications, and we have one opening on our board, and you can see the names are Adeline Bird and Derek Shellstead. And Safa, if you could start the voting. We'll do the same thing with the voting, trying to get to 4.
Rivas,
I'm sorry, but I will abstain from this vote because I don't have an idea who they are.
Mua,
Adeline Bird.
Carter,
Derek Shellstead.
D'Alessandro,
Adeline Bird.
Lohman,
Adeline Bird.
Nelson,
Adeline Bird.
and Mayor Bussey.
Adeline Bird. So council, based on my tally here, Adeline Bird has received 5 votes to be appointed young adult member to the Parks, Arts, and Recreation Commission. I would look for a motion to appoint Ms. Bird to a term from 9/1/24 to 8/31/25. Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Mua to appoint Adeline Bird to the Parks, Arts, and Recreation Commission. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Rivas abstaining this evening. Item 2.7 is an appointment of the young adult members to the Sustainability Commission. Again, we have 2 openings, and we have two applicants, it looks like, if I'm reading this correctly. And these are for the terms that would run 9/1/24, again, to 8/31/25. So, council, we could go through the voting, or we could look for a motion to appoint Sam Porter and Amelia Weinisch to our, as young adult members, our Sustainability Commission.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro to appoint Sam Porter and Amelia Weinisch to our Sustainability Commission for a term running 9/1/24 to 8/31/25. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And council, the last item here is an appointment to the Advisory Board of Health. And what I want to point out on this is we have 1 opening and we have 3 applicants. And I do want to point out that we had, back in March of 24, we had an appointment to the Advisory Board of Health. And 2 of our 3 applicants were applicants at that time as well. And they were listed by the interview committee at that time as applicants that would have the greatest impact on the Board or Commission. So folks who they really trusted. And so the information moving forward, I think to to consider what that previous interview board looked at and considered, and perhaps decide which of the candidates would be best in the role on the Advisory Board of Health. Everybody clear on that? All right. Again, we have one opening, so there will be one vote for the three members that are the three candidates here.
Mayor?
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. Just a quick question of clarification. All three of the applicants meet the provider requirements. Is that accurate? It looked like it to me, but there is a additional requirement for the provider versus resident, and just wanted to confirm.
It is my understanding that that is the case, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thanks. All right. Any other questions? Safat, please.
Lohman,
Marine Champion.
Carter,
Marine Campion.
Nelson,
Marine Campion.
Mua,
Marine Campion.
D'Alessandro,
Campion.
Rivas, and Mayor Bussey.
Marine Campion. Council, Marine Campion has received 7 votes to be appointed to the Advisory Board of Health. I would look for a motion to appoint Marine Campion to the Advisory Board of Health.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Carter, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro, to appoint Marine Campion to a provider member seat from the date of appointment on from the date of appointment, that would be tonight, to February 28th, 2026 on the Advisory Board of Health. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you much, council, for that, and echoing once again thanks to our staff who pull all of this together, and they get a lot of information, and there's a lot of balls in the air and a lot that they keep straight, and frankly, they do an outstanding job. So I want to tip my hat to staff and for the work that they do, and they're making this as easy as possible for us. We will move to item 3 on our agenda tonight. It's our consent business. Councilmember Nelson has our consent agenda. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have holds for 3.1 and 3.2. Just last call if anybody has something I missed. 3.4. Thank you for that. Then with that, I will move item 3.3 and items 3.5 through 3.19.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Nelson, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro to accept tonight's consent business as stated. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 3.1, Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, just quick item on 3.1, and actually, if it's all right, I will probably speak to 3.2 at the same time instead of separate them, even though we'll have to have separate votes.
If I could, Councilmember Nelson, if I could usurp you in item 3.1, in discussions with the applicant, I usurp you all the time. I know.
I'll just sit here and be quiet.
In discussions with the applicant, they have asked to continue this item. So what I would like to do on item 3.1 is make a motion to continue this item to no later than August 5th and direct staff to bring that item back sooner if at all possible.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to continue item 3.1 till August 5th or sooner if possible. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. My apologies, Councilmember Nelson.
No need to apologize. You saved some time for us. That's
Very
great.
good. Councilmember Nelson, item 3.2.
So 3.2, I just want to talk to, there was a condition in 3.1 related to noise, and it had to do with, there were some conditions that would go into effect if there were a number of complaints and things like that. The 3.2, also being a restaurant with a patio, did not have the same language. There were reasons for it, and I know planning looked into that. One of the main reasons is the one for Pig Ate My Pizza is at ground level, not on a roof, so it isn't going to radiate as far. And also there was, a building there. My concern, the other aspect was that Pig Ate My Pizza closed at 10 as opposed to being open until after midnight, like the other applicant. And my only concern about that is, given that it's a CUP, they could change their mind and stay open later. Or a different restaurant could come in and set up a band there and go until 12 or 1 o'clock or something like that. And so I just wanted to ask staff, we have existing noise ordinances in place, and so if somebody else came in there, even though there's a CUP, we would still have noise ordinances to enforce if there's a problem with nighttime noise from either a change in how they want to use it or a different use. Am I accurate in that?
Good evening, welcome.
Hi, Mayor, Senior Planner Nick Johnson, and Liz O'Day, who's the project planner, but speaking more broadly, policy-wise, what happens across the city. So yes, if there is not a specific condition of approval that limit hours of operation, what you're left with then, or a complaint-based condition was the case in the other one, what you're left with then is the noise ordinance. And so I think cities generally don't like to enforce or impose hour restrictions on businesses because it makes reuse really difficult and kind of makes, special events or special considerations or circumstances difficult. And so then, yes, what you'd be left with then is the noise ordinance, which is governed by state statute, and the city code adopts that. The standards change after 10 p.m. They're more rigorous after 10 p.m. So the city would have to do enforcement of some kind, measurement and investigation, and there would be some enforcement action related to that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'm comfortable with that. I just want to make sure we weren't opening something up that could cause a problem 10 years down the road. So I'm good.
Council, any additional questions on that? Councilmember Nelson, if you're comfortable, I'd look for a motion.
I'd move item 3.2.
Motion by Councilmember Nelson, second by Councilmember Mua to accept item 3.2 on our consent business. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And item 3.4, is that what it was, Councilmember D'Alessandro?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's probably related to 3.3, 3.4. Not attempting to hold them for any reason other than to say thank you to staff for pulling these up and including especially the safety improvements that'll coincide with the Bryant Park project. Those crosswalks at 86th Street on Bryant and Emerson will improve that safety-wise for people trying to get to the park, including young folk who need help getting across those streets. I assume we'll see 82nd coming up at some point too, and that'll make me happy. But just wanted to say special thank you because I know that got kind of pulled up. It's a great example of how the city can be more less siloed and more interactive with the way that we design these new big projects when we're spending that kind of money on a park. It's really important to ask the question, can people get to and from that park safely by lots of different means? And so great example of how those teams work together. And so just wanted to say thank you.
Couldn't agree more.
And with that, I'm very happy to move 3.4 to adopt a resolution to accept the bid to award the contract for the 2024 PMP Park Trail Improvement Project to McNamara Contracting in the amount of $1,121,019.75 and approve various contract changes up to 12% of the original contract amount for a total project authorization of $1.255 million.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Lohman to accept item 3.4 as stated. No further council discussion on this? Councilmember Lohman.
I just want to say ditto on what the council member said there. I was gonna hold it and do the same thing, so thank you.
The record reflects ditto by Councilmember Lohman. Thank you. Any further council discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Councilmember Nelson, for your work on the consent business this evening. We will move on to item 4 this evening. Item 4 is our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances, and our first public hearing of the evening is item 4.1. This is regarding a city code amendment and an update of our environmental standards. And Michelle Lincoln from our planning staff is here. And it looks like Mr. Johnson moving into position as well. And good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am happy to present the code amendments for our environmental standards. So just a little background, this was added to the 2023 Planning Commission work plan in mid-year, so it spans 2023 and 2024. I went to Planning Commission on the study item discussion and City Council study item discussion in February. We had the Planning Commission public hearing on May 9th, and then today we're having the public hearing for City Council. So this is just a reminder of the discussion from the study item back in February. The items in red were determined to not be a priority or not something to continue on from the City Council, and the items in green were the things to continue to pursue. So for tree preservation, we're going to be talking about text cleanup for clarity, which has no major regulation changes. And then for slopes, we'll have a similar text cleanup, refinement, and adding the definition of steep slopes to the code, as well as add steep slope best practices. And then for wildlife and habitat, we have education for low-density residential properties. I'll be presenting tree preservation and slopes code amendments, and I'll be giving you a wildlife and habitat update after I present the code amendments. So the key summary of key changes for the slope protection is that we changed the title from steep slopes to slope protection to better represent the content of that section and make it more accessible for other interpretation and administration of the code. Also added references to best management practices. Best management practices are things that are not necessarily regulations, but they assist our water resources team in making sure that we're being adaptive to the most current science and professional practice, and making sure that they are they have the flexibility in order to make sure the best stormwater management practices are something that they can administer within this code. And then we did some kind of text cleanup for cross-referencing and formatting updates to make sure that everything aligned with these changes. The tree preservation key amendments, there's an enhanced purpose section where it adds that trees support in stormwater management. We also have a new definition of non-beneficial trees and new standard that planted trees be no more than 50% non-native beneficial. This replaces a requirement that says that it could be trees similar to the site. In discussion with the city forester, they decided that it's actually better practice to address if there's invasive species or species there that we don't want. We don't want to have a provision that says people can replant. So this is better in line with the rest of the code as well as the current practice and administration of the code. We also reformatted the definition of significant tree. It is much more readable now, much more accessible, and hopefully much more clear for people who are engaging with the code outside of city staff as well as with city staff when we need to answer questions. In discussion with the city forester, we also updated references in the difference between licensed and certified and make sure the appropriate professional is identified with each of the different plans in this section of code. We clarified a little bit more on when certain standards apply or they're triggered. There was no regulation change, it's just much more straightforward on when something is triggered with tree preservation. And we also changed subdivider. We updated it to landowner and applicant to better represent who might be fulfilling these requirements. There we go. And our wildlife and habitat education update, I discussed with Public Works, Natural Resources, and the sustainability teams about what they're currently working on. We have a BTT strategic plan implementation. It's the healthy community theme. There's a micro business team that is working on the natural resources management plan and the stormwater management plan, which include elements of wildlife and or habitat within those specific plans. So those are upcoming. There's also the ecological land stewardship micro-business team. This is actually having various people from the community get involved and understand private actions they can take on their private property that support wildlife and habitat. So that's currently a pilot program. They're developing that right now. So more will be coming about actually private landowners taking those private actions. Currently, we have naturalist programs. There was a naturalist program last year, and it's returning this year. And it's various classes held by Parks and Recreation on different topics. It's kind of a revolving door of topics that talk about prairies and pollinators, invasive plants, how to support monarch butterflies, birding, and it's also available to people of all ages. So you actually have some youth programming in there, which is really great because that education was really fascinating, speaking as someone who loved that stuff as a kid, and also can be a way to get parents or guardians involved. Also, the Managed Natural Landscaping Ordinance supports wildlife and habitat, and that was adopted at the May 6th City Council meeting. So the wildlife and habitat education, there's a lot of things already underway that fulfill the requirement of kind of low or no cost methods because they're already being funded in different ways. So our recommendation in these code amendments from Planning Commission and staff is the approval of the ordinance through this following motion.
Thank you, Ms. Lincoln. Council, any questions? No questions as of now, but don't go far.
Okay.
All right. Oh, Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Yes, I apologize. I was thinking about how I wanted to ask it, and I realized the timer went off. Sorry. Hi, good afternoon, good evening. So I wanted to just make sure that, to me, these clarifications were not intended to change drastically any of the enforcement activities, right? But I believe that one of the reasons we asked for planning to look at this was because of some of the R1, R1A, whatever that whole thing is, stuff that we dealt with last year, right? And so I guess the question I might ask is, why after the review, if there weren't any major changes or clarifications, what was the review like, and how did you come to that conclusion that you didn't need to make major changes to certain things, if that makes sense?
Mr. Mayor, council members. So during the study item process, let me actually go back to highlight this. Sorry, I apologize for the time here. So during the review process, it included some of the items in red would actually fundamentally change the regulations and how the code is administered. And it was the direction of Planning Commission and Council not to go into that direction. So the kind of green items were where we focused our energy after the study item session. So the review did include a kind of a comprehensive review of the options that were available that included a spectrum of changes from clarity or text cleanup to like actual substantial overhaul in how residential properties handle these three things.
And I think I heard you say that these, before it came to Planning Commission, these things went through Sustainability Commission as well. Do I have that right?
There was discussion with the Sustainability Commission on these things, or with Emma Struss.
Yep.
So through discussion with this sustainability, we talked about some of these items, and it was kind of like, yeah, this is not something that we, especially for the managed and natural landscaping, and they had no substantial comments from the review of the report.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I have a comment on that for later. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Lohman.
So just one question. I could go through each one in red. I'm not going to do that. Promise you, I will not do that. So just for the wildlife conservation overlay district, just we'll just use that one as the example. Can you kind of help me understand the staff's thought process as to why that isn't something that we'd want to look at or move forward with? Just help me kind of walk me through that thought process.
Mr. Mayor and council members, for the Wildlife Conservation Overlay District, this kind of would follow, based on the data that we have available, isn't detailed enough. So this would be an option that would also come with a significant cost in some way. Typically a consultant that does scientific study in order to understand where the Wildlife Conservation District could be. In the examples that I reviewed from other cities, they typically have a detailed profile of the wildlife that they're actually trying to support. And creating a new district is also something that I know that Planning Commission and through conversation with like Nick and other leadership in planning division is something that we don't take very lightly because it adds significantly to the complexity of the code and how it's administered by laying these things together. So in having the wildlife conservation district, there's a significant amount of staff time as well as financial cost, and then adding additional complexity to the code for unclear benefit without having necessarily the scientific study to understand wildlife in the Bloomington context.
Thank you for that. Just one final question. So, as we look at all these items that are in red or in green, if we look at, the fact that we've kind of declared a climate emergency, would any of these items, as we look forward to that, help to effectuate that or move that scale here in Bloomington forward? Did staff consider that at all when looking at these items here?
So some of these items could come back in front of you again based on the results of the Climate Action Plan, which is currently in progress or in progress to get started. So I think the Climate Action Plan is really going to be like kind of the base document to understand what some of our next steps will be, and it may include some of these things. But the Climate Action Plan may also reveal different priorities or things or items and actions that would have significant benefit, where these items may have take a lot of staff time and financial investment, but not have the results that we need in order to address a climate emergency. But the more details of that would, I think, be more clear after the Climate Action Plan. So you could see these again.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to clarify, the green boxes are where the city council instructed staff to go, right?
Mr. Mayor and council members, that is correct.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Because I think some of the language you were saying, why did staff decide this, or staff, and I just wanted to be clear for the public that the green boxes and the red boxes, the green is where city council told staff to go. And correct. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, anything additional? All right. If not, thank you.
Oh.
This is our first public hearing of the evening, and I will open this public hearing at item 4.1. It's a public hearing regarding city code amendments, the environmental standards update. Is there anyone in the council chambers who wishes to speak to item 4.1 this evening? Do we have anyone on the phone? Last call for anybody in the chambers to speak to item 4.1. Council, nobody in the council chambers looking to speak to item 4.1. We have no one on the phone. I would look for a motion to close the public hearing this evening.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Mua to close the public hearing on item 4.1. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0, closing the public hearing on item 4.1. So council, comments, opinions, where do we want to go with this? Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fine moving the ordinance if that's where the rest of the council's at. I wanted to make a comment that I want to encourage, especially our Natural Resources Management Office, who is doing most of the work in our forester around trees, to take another look at those tree preservation standards requests, because I believe, to Councilmember Carter's point, we moved those, but I think there was some discussion here about, I don't think that was a unanimous decision. And so I think that there's some folks up here that still want to see that work done. And if that can shift to either the Climate Action Plan or to the Natural Resources Management Office, that would be ideal. So understand why it's not in the Planning Commission's bullywick at the moment, but would like to see somebody pick that up and run with it, just given especially, and I do think we've got some work going on like boulevard trees, for example. So some of that work is happening, just like to see that continue. So with that, if anybody else have any other comments?
I think Councilmember Lohman has a question or a comment. Councilmember Lohman?
Yeah, I've got a comment. I'm not going to be supporting this this evening. I was one of the people who kind of wanted us to take a stronger stance and just make more waves with this. and wanted to take on some of those other buckets. I understand you can kind of do it here or do it there, but I think you got to start this work somewhere. And I thought this would be a good place to start that work. And I just want us to be more progressive with this this particular action. So while I support where we as a council have gone with this, I just want us to go a little bit further. And so for those reasons, I'm not going to be supporting it.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Others, Council? Councilmember Carter.
So I just wanted to say that I appreciated the comment that some of these things might come back up when we have the conversation around the energy action plan or the climate action plan. And if I recall, I do think that we kind of alluded to that fact, right? We just knew that Planning Commission wasn't going to have the capacity to take on a whole lot, which I think you alluded to too. And I mean, I agree, Councilmember Lohman, that we've got to start somewhere, and I just don't think that perfection can get in the way of progress, and so I will be supporting these changes with the hope that, of course, we're going to continue to have these conversations in all areas of the city, and we'll see a lot more recommendations coming forward. So thank you.
Councilmember Rivas.
I just want to say that I will be behind Councilmember Lohman on this, because I have mentioned in the past that we need to take this seriously. I understand that at the last meeting we agreed that only the items that you mentioned today were asked to work on. However, in the spirit of improving on what the city called 2 years ago an emergency, I think we do need to push forward with this. So I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Council, anything additional? If not, I would look for action. Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Move to adopt an ordinance amending chapters 19 and 21 by updating and clarifying the tree preservation and slope protection standards.
Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Mua, to adopt an ordinance amending chapters 19 and 21 by updating and clarifying tree preservation and slope protection standards. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-2 with Councilmembers Rivas and Lohman in opposition. Councilmember D'Alessandro.
I move to adopt resolution authorizing summary publication of the ordinance amending chapters 19 and 21, not 29, by updating and clarifying tree preservation and slope protection standards.
Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Mua for summary publication on item 4.1 this evening. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries at 7-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We will move on in our agenda to item 4.2. This is our second and final public hearing of the evening, this regarding our prevailing wage ordinance. Ms. Manderscheid.
Good evening. All right, I'm going to stay up here if that's all right, and I've asked Amir to move on up to the front row. All right, so this is the ordinance that you all asked us to work on. You can proceed to the next slide.
Ms. Manderscheid, could I ask you to raise the microphone just a touch to make sure that...
So as a reminder, is that better?
A little bit up higher, though. There you go. Thank you. Microphone management.
Now that I'm not nervous. All right. Just as a reminder, so we've been talking about this for quite some time. Back in December, the council was meeting about a project and had some concerns about labor protections on that site, and so it directed the city attorney's office and others to research prevailing wage and wage theft. Then we came back in March of this year for with a staff presentation. There was a lot of discussion, and you asked us to bring back prevailing wage in particular first, and then we would make a plan for wage theft. So on April 29th of this year, we had several speakers, I believe there were 5 speakers, and they presented a variety of viewpoints from the research and contractors, subcontractors, and I think workers, and a draft ordinance was prepared and discussed. After that conversation, you directed staff to schedule a public hearing, and I believe it was late June, early July was the direction, and to do some more outreach. So we have been doing that in May and June. We have been sort of on a road show of sorts. We've been to the Planning Commission, the Port Authority, and the HRA twice. We also, in May, launched, with the help of COED, the Let's Talk Bloomington site related to prevailing wage, where the draft ordinance was posted. And there were, I believe, 5 questions that were posted on there. And we received quite a bit of feedback, which I'll get into in a little bit. And when we stopped at the HRA the second time, they asked us to come back because they did not have everyone there at the first time we presented. And so we came back a second time, and during that conversation, they made a formal motion recommending that the City Council adopt the ordinance. So we've been refining it, seeking feedback, and having discussions internally and otherwise, and are before you tonight. So we followed all the normal process here. We posted it on the paper, and it's been on the city website. And then we also have the Let's Talk Bloomington. Next slide. So as a reminder, I know you've all heard this before, so I'm hitting the highlights here. Prevailing wage only applies to construction projects. In this particular ordinance, city-funded construction projects, that the project cost is $175,000 or more. The ordinance authorizes the city to investigate and enforce the law if a violation is discovered, and authorizes penalties for noncompliance. It also requires contractors and subcontractors to pay prevailing wage to their workers at the wage rates for the work that is being done. And then it requires tracking compliance. And then finally, it authorizes an exemption to requirements for apprentices. I didn't include a specific bullet on this, but it would be incorporated into our procurement practices as well. Next slide. As you recall, we talked about some of the key definitions in the ordinance in previous presentations. I want to just draw your attention to the 2 here and just remind the council that this is a city ordinance, but as defined in the ordinance, it would apply to HRA and port projects within the term city, so that city funds applies to all of the work that's being done in the city of Bloomington. There was some discussion during the last legislative session, specifically on low-income housing tax credits, and I just wanted to close the loop on that and indicate that that was included in the definition of financial assistance at the state level. Next slide. So again, a reminder about how prevailing wage is calculated. It's defined in state law and state rules. It's determined by a state agency. They do a calculation based on work being done and wages being paid. It's a county-specific definition, so it would just be Hennepin County. And then it is specific to the work that's being done by that worker. So there's a different wage rate for an electrician than there is for a plumber, sort of thing. And next slide. So as I mentioned, on the Let's Talk site, it was up for about a month. We had 107 actual people respond to the engagement opportunity. There were more people that viewed, but that was the number of people that participated in a written format. Of that group, about 67% categorized themselves as contractors or subcontractors, and around 91% believed that it was consistent with the city's mission. Prevailing wage was consistent with the city's mission. Among the comments that were received, there was some repetition among them. I have them listed here. They fell into those general categories. We sort of summarized them. Out of the 107, we went with a high-level overview of those. And the next slide, I thought I would just sort of highlight the visual depiction that was provided to us from COED with regard to the different categories of participants that responded to the Let's Talk opportunity. And then last slide. This is the question that we wanted to tie back in. I think it was a suggestion of COED, tie back into the city's strategic vision, strategic plan for an enduring and remarkable community. And so we provided this question as well, and had a lot of people that agreed with that. And so that was real quick, but I wanted to be mindful of the time and the fact that we've been before you all a couple of times, and I know several of you are on the HRA and the Port Authority, so this is probably the fourth time you've heard this, so I want to be respectful of that time, but obviously we'll be available for questions as is Amir.
Thank you, Ms. Manderscheid. Council questions, and actually I have one, and I think either you, Ms. Manderscheid, or I think Mr. Malik, the comment on the Let's Talk Bloomington that about higher taxes, this would lead to higher taxes. Is there any indication that prevailing wage laws lead to higher taxes or increased cost? I mean, is there any one-to-one on that?
Mayor, members, I read through those comments as well, and my guess is that the sort of the mental leap that people were making is the theory that prevailing wage raises project costs, and if we're using city funds, then it would cost more money for the city to have projects that use prevailing wage. I think that was the mental jumps that were happening there, but that was the best I could come up with in trying to figure that out, but I did see that a couple of times. We put that sort of in the category of government overreach, so that was the highlight of those comments. It appeared a couple of times.
Thank you. Council,
you want to add anything more?
Well, no, just Council, on the research that we had done, it hasn't borne that out in other municipalities so far.
Good. Thank you. Councilmember Nelson, question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just first had a question kind of about the process. My understanding of our April 29th meeting is different than what I just heard. My recollection was that we were going to go to the different commissions. There were questions that were asked that evening, and the feedback and then answers to those questions was going to come back in another study session. I went back and reviewed it, and candidly, specifically, Mayor, that's how you summarized it, is that we would have another study session to go through that information. I had asked questions at that meeting that I still don't have answers to. I don't have any of the feedback from any of the other commissions that reviewed this, to my knowledge, unless I missed it somehow. And so I don't understand what changed between April 29th. I was surprised when I looked at the packet over the weekend, and obviously at that point it was too late to kind of change what had already been publicly noticed, but my expectation was we'd have a lot more information, a lot more data. I think there was a request that we actually try to find someone on the other side of this issue to hear from for that meeting, and so I'm a little confused as to how we're here now.
I apologize, Councilmember. I honestly don't recall. Between here and April, I agree. I don't recall, but if you reviewed that's what I said. If that's what we had agreed to when we moved forward with this, I'm like I said, I don't recall one way or another with that. Ms. Manderscheid, any recollection on your part?
Mayor, members, I had written down, and we had been scheduling for a couple of months now that we'd be coming back during that time period. I know that we were looking in conversation with the city manager about whether it would be the first meeting in July, but that ended up getting quite full, and so we moved it to June. We do have answers to the specific questions. We also went through and made sure that we had responses, and I'm certainly available to answer those questions specifically. With regard to sort of getting somebody to speak to against prevailing wage, I think that we are having a public hearing. We've made that available. We've advertised it in all the traditional ways, as well as with Let's Talk. We received feedback through Let's Talk that was that represented a variety of opinions, and we certainly have the opportunity in the public hearing as well. That said, obviously, if the council doesn't feel comfortable holding the public hearing tonight, They could do a variety of different things. They could open the public hearing and continue it to a date certain. They could decide to continue the matter to a subsequent meeting. But I'm also prepared to answer specifically the questions that were raised along the way. With regard to feedback from the other commissions, there wasn't a great deal of discussion at the negative or positive at the Port Authority. There was discussion at the HRA about being in favor of it. There were questions that were asked about how it applied to HRA projects. And at the Planning Commission, there was some discussion there as well. That discussion was covered in Finance and Commerce, which published an article about the discussion and was included in the packet as well. Oh, one other thing that just wanted to make sure that everybody knew. There were very specific attempts to reach out to all sort of perspectives. A couple of weeks ago, we sent an email to Amir and I brainstormed the, so I think it was five to eight of the very large construction companies. And we specifically sent an email to them, making sure that they were aware of the Let's Talk Bloomington opportunity as well, and made them aware of the opportunity to participate in the process. So we did everything we can to, in my opinion, to make sure that people were aware of the opportunity to participate and to offer feedback. I would say that the feedback that we've been receiving throughout has been relatively consistent. I can't really think of anything else that we could have done to solicit additional feedback. We did direct outreach. We did the traditional avenues of communication. We did Let's Talk.
So, Councilmember Nelson, I didn't recall that conversation accurately, obviously. So I don't recall the specific questions you were looking for answers to. Do you have those specific questions that you were looking for detailed answers to?
Yeah, off the top of my head, what I recall asking about was trying to get to the sort of the potential cost for the city, which is something you guys had just talked about. But the, how many projects would this apply to? How many of those does it already apply to? I guess I'd add a question in there. Does that change now due to the new state law? And because I recall that this came up because of concerns that were raised by folks about a subcontractor on a affordable housing project. And, I know we worked to address that, and then the council said, hey, we should look at this more as a larger issue there. But it looks like the state is also doing that. And so, are we going to get redundant with the state on those? Is that already covered by what the state did? So those were the questions. I also did ask some things in follow-up, I think, to the city manager, just about, basic things like, park improvements. If we put up new lighting and fencing, is that covered by this? My understanding is it would be based on the dollar amount and things like that. Is that typical that those types of projects are there? And I'd also note that in terms of the cost data, we did talk about that last time, that there's a lot of research. We have research from the supporters that show that, 78% of the peer-reviewed studies show that there isn't any cost increase. But I also got different information from city staff. We received, we approved something at one of our last meetings for a well system. And I asked, there was only one bidder, so I asked, would they have bid if there was a prevailing wage? And seemed like they would. They're familiar with that type of process. I said, would there be any additional costs? And what the staff working on getting bids said is it would be a 5 to 10% increase. And so I have conflicting information coming from the city. I'd also note that the information from the supporters, if you look through the 29 different projects and you just look at the 5 that are affordable housing, all but one of them had significant price increases in the studies, over 9% increase to affordable housing. That may simply be because they've identified a legitimate issue that there are companies that are underbidding and using unfair business practices to get business, and that's being captured. And that may legitimately be the business. But again, I just don't have that data here for me. So that's some of the stuff that I was looking into in preparation for the meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Verbrugge, are you looking to join in the conversation with us tonight? I believe you are on mute, Mr. Verbrugge.
Mayor, while the city manager is adjusting his volume, I can answer some of those questions. We looked into the question, we did the analysis, how many projects, I believe the question that Councilmember Nelson asked was how many projects would this have applied to last year in Bloomington? And we calculated, based on our conversations and research with the finance department, that it would have been 9 projects, 9 city projects, and there are about 5 to 7 that Public Works is already working on that would have already qualified, and then 2 to 3 affordable housing projects. To give you a sense of the value of some of the types of projects from 2023, Oak Woodland Restoration, $210,000, a roof replacement about $225,000. Another roof replacement for around $290,000, HVAC $415,000, a reservoir re-roof $1.5 million. That just gives you a general sense. With regard to the conversations with staff about the projects that are where they struggle to get bidders. We are definitely aware of that, and we've worked with staff to understand those projects and have reached out to other cities to see if they've experienced similar challenges. And we have not cracked that nut, so to speak. It doesn't appear to be the same experience that other cities are having based on our outreach. One question or one comment that we did receive is that perhaps our projects are more unique, or perhaps there are opportunities for additional vendor outreach, and that we could maybe contact the vendors that are working on similar projects in other cities and try and get them to bid on ours as well. I will say that there are, I think, 9 other cities, many of which are in the metro, that have prevailing wage, and so there must be contractors working on, our projects aren't that unique, so there must be projects that are using public prevailing wage rather, that are being funded with public funds. So we haven't totally figured what's going on unique to Bloomington with regard to that, other than to say it might be an opportunity for additional vendor outreach. With regard to the question that was asked about sort of how does this compare for affordable housing in particular in project costs. We have a rather bit of a laboratory happening in Brooklyn Park in that they had prevailing wage adopted a couple in May, I believe. They had a project that was in phase 1 of before the prevailing wage ordinance was adopted, and then they have phase 2 that's coming online. We often hear that that it will increase cost 5 to 10% to have prevailing wage. I will say that the research that Amir has done and a particular project in our particular batch of research that was done in Kentucky, where they compared prevailing wage in state funded and federal funded, and then they took away prevailing wage on the state funded projects, and there was no cost savings. So while I don't want to suggest that particular contractors' experiences are incorrect by any means, there is conflicting research on that based on our research. And my understanding is that the general, and Amir, jump in at any point here, but the general notion is that work is done more efficiently and effectively, and so there is cost savings that are realized when you're paying qualified prevailing wages. That is the general sense of the research that I've read about it. You asked a question about would they all be affordable housing projects, the scope of projects per se, and how this would apply. It certainly would apply to affordable housing projects, as I mentioned, but there would also be public works projects and park and rec projects. In our research with staff, we believe that those are the main departments that would be doing construction work. The definition of construction is the same as the state definition? Yeah, is very similar to the state definition. We, in preparing the draft ordinance, reached out to many cities and attempted to mimic the definitions as much as possible for the cities that were widely regarded as doing of having a high-performing program in their city. We appreciate that we want to have consistency across jurisdictions so that it makes it easier for contractors and subcontractors to comply. For example, there is a software system that many communities use, and we would likely intend to use that same software so that the process would be consistent and predictable, which typically tends to minimize cost increases. And I want to just do a check-in if the city manager's audio is on now.
Mr. Verbrugge, are we in contact?
Well, let's see if I have it solved, Mr. Mayor.
You do indeed. Well done.
I see nodding heads. Thank you. I was just going to reiterate what the city attorney had said earlier about the timing and intention with the public hearing is that bring it back and conduct the public hearing if the council is not ready to act or still needs more information. We can return and ask for action at a subsequent meeting. But we did, to the city attorney's point, do pretty significant effort trying to get engagement on this. And up until the last couple of weeks, actually, we're not getting a lot of engagement. And I don't know how to explain that, but it wasn't for lack of trying. So I think that we did reach out to the places where folks were. We got some participation late in the process. And I would echo the mayor's comments, Councilmember Nelson, in terms of the direction that was received previously. And I'm going back and taking a look at the minutes and apologize if you felt that there was a breakdown in the process here.
Mayor, I have some additional answers to questions too, if you want some of the questions from the past meeting, or I can pause and.
Councilmember, let's see if we have current questions right now in the process. Councilmember Lohman?
So yeah, what I wanted to do is I also wanted to confirm what Councilmember Nelson had mentioned as well. I had mentioned this earlier in my check-in session with the city manager's team. I mean, regardless of my particular opinion on this particular issue, which we'll talk about later when it's more appropriate to kind of do that, I do think we have a bit of a process problem here with how we've got here today in terms of that. So I do think Councilmember Nelson has brought that forward. I did have some questions too. I'm trying to put my hands on those as well. But I think we were, as I recall, we didn't seem to be of one mind when we had left that last meeting. So I was quite surprised to see this. I just assumed that discussion had occurred and taken place over the port and at the HRA, and that somehow some consensus had come from that with staff kind of going back and forth. So yeah, I mean, from a process standpoint, I don't feel good about this. So, but I mean, we are where we're at today. So,
Councilmember Nelson, I'll go back to you with the specific questions that you had. Were there any additional ones that Ms. Manderscheid has not answered yet, or anything that really jumps that?
I just might have some follow-up. I didn't totally follow that there were only 9 projects that this would qualify for. I mean, we approved 2 road projects in our consent agenda today for $470,000 and $1.5 million, both of which I think would qualify. So those would be 2 things I would think. That other one that we did a couple weeks back was $800,000. So just in our last 2 agendas, I can think of 3. And I went and looked just at our CIP for the year 2025, and trust me, it's a bit skewed because of the community desire, the Bloomington Forward projects there. But I mean, it's $250 million worth of projects. Again, skewed a bit because of large projects there. So just, I'm just trying to reconcile, I guess, the new question I would have is how do I reconcile that there's 9 in the entirety of last year and there's 3 in the last 2 weeks?
Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Many of the large road projects that you're talking about have some level of state or federal dollars involved, and so they're already including prevailing wage because of the source of those funds. So what we're looking at are projects that are exclusively city funded, which might explain some of the difference there.
Council, additional questions on this? Now, I guess I'd ask the question. I mean, are we prepared to move to a public hearing? Now, I agree, Councilmember Lohman, that it wasn't a unanimous mind when we had this discussion earlier, but I do believe that we had a consensus, a majority to move forward on this issue, to consider this, and. So I don't know if we want to continue with this or if we're looking at a possibility of trying to open the public hearing, continue it to another meeting, try to figure out a way around this or to move forward and see where we end up. Councilmember Lohman and then Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, so what I would say, Mayor, is, given my own, I think it's pretty clear where I'm at on this. But I do think process is important. I mean, we've got folks here, so I definitely want to take that testimony today, but I also want to be careful about our decision-making process and making sure that we can, we're all a team here. I think Councilmember D'Alessandro has talked about that before. We're all working towards the same thing. So I would look to you, Mayor, and Councilmember Nelson, in terms of that process to see if we could still make a decision tonight, or if you've got what you need in order to make that decision maybe at another time. So I would, but I want to acknowledge, though, that there were other people that maybe not agree with my particular point of view that were up here and maybe heard something different. So I don't want to,
Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I see no reason not to have the public hearing tonight. I mean, people are here for it. It's been published. Let's have it. And I think, more information may come out of that process. And if people are comfortable that they have the information, if I'm comfortable that I have the information, we'll give our opinion and we'll move forward. Or we will say, you know what, I don't have enough information based on everything I heard from people tonight and what we had from before. So I'm not trying to, gum up the wheels of progress here. I'm just, I was a little bit surprised by it. There were some things. I've got some information now, so I'll listen to everybody, and if I have enough information, I'll do it. But all of my colleagues will make the same decision.
Very good. Councilmember Rivas.
I just have a question. Are there any plans?
Councilmember, is your microphone on?
I thought I turned it on, but I turned it off. Sorry. Are there any plans in the event that the prevailing wages goes into effect for any projects in the city? The 10% was mentioned, which is what I have read that is kind of normal for it to go anywhere from 10, at times 15% over budget on some projects in other places. Does the city have any plans if that happens in several of the projects that the prevailing wage would take place? Had there been any contingency plans in regards to that at the moment? Just to be prepared for the event.
Ms. Mandershine?
So, Mayor and members, just a couple of clarifications on the projects. Specifically to Councilmember Rivas's question, the projects are bid, and so at that dollar amount, and so they come in with the cost estimates, and then the decisions are made about whether they can be done for the amount of money that was set aside to do the work, generally speaking. With regard to the number of projects, those 9 projects that I mentioned were from 2023, and they didn't include the public works projects, so 5 to 7 more projects. So to Councilmember Nelson's question about where were the public works projects. So we're looking at about, somewhere between, somewhere around a little bit south of 20. projects from 2023. And then with regard to one other question that was asked about TIF, our definition in the ordinance applies, it includes tax increment financing, and at the state, it does not include tax increment financing. So just to note, if you remember the last time we were here marching through the elements of the draft ordinance, we indicated that we put everything in that definition and drafted it in such a way that if certain words wanted to be excised, that it would be easy, easy to do that on the fly if that was the council's desire. So that was one other question that I wanted to answer that was asked at a previous meeting that we did research on.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, just to provide a little bit more clarity, when we put a project out to bid, whether it's public works or a facilities project, we have an engineer's estimate or an architect or construction manager estimate that takes into account what we are seeing in the market, cost of materials and labor costs, and how that all factors into an anticipated cost. And it's like the city attorney said, only when we get the results from bids that we see how those proposals come in compared to our estimates, that we would then make a determination about whether to move forward in its current state or if we need to make some adjustments. So it's a long way of saying we have a process in place that takes into account the current market environment, both on labor and materials, before we actually put out an RFP.
Councilmember Rivas, does that answer your question?
To an extent. I mean, what I'm looking for is a more concrete response on whether, let's per se, I'll give you the health center. The project is about $105 million, including the $5 million the state has given the city, right? That's the budget. Because of a prevailing wage, if it goes up 10%, that would be $100,000 more, or $1 million or more. So how is the city prepared to come up with that extra $1 million in the event that it went with the prevailing wage and that 10% does increase? Will we go back again and increase the tax somewhere to bring the funds into the coffers to pay for the project, or how would that be addressed?
Well, go ahead, Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Rivas, one of the things that I remind the council members of is information that we received in a couple of the presentations previously, that most of the firms that we would expect to be proposers on a project like the Community Health and Wellness Center or any of our large projects are well-established construction or contract firms that are already paying competitive wages. Where we see a lot of the issue where there are wage concerns tends to be in subs and subcontractors, and where they get some of their labor from. So I am not overly concerned about the projects that we have in pipeline or in the CIP being overly affected by prevailing wage, because most of those are based on the history of who's proposed and won bids, are firms that are already competitive in the marketplace on wage. And one of the things that we're focused on are those projects where you see smaller subs working for various contractors and making sure that they are being appropriately compensated.
And I guess I would answer Councilmember Rivas, it's on any of our construction projects, if prices go up on anything, we have to make adjustments, whether it's the labor or the cost of steel or the cost of concrete. There are estimates that are made, but if the cost is higher than what we've originally budgeted, then decisions have to be made, whether it's skinnying down the project or value engineering in some way, or just trying to figure out what the next path forward would be. And I don't know that we've ever sat here and talked about a project and said, specifically, well, what do we do if the cost of steel goes up X amount? How are we going to deal with that? what we do is kind of rely on the project and the process to play itself out and figure out where we go from there.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. I just had a question. I just wanted to get a little more clarification for the public, because it will increase the cost of any project that we have. There is no doubt about it. If you read any of the information publicly made by other cities or other states, and I have nothing against that. I'm not against the idea of paying the proper wages to workers. I'm just curious to learn what the city is prepared to do in those events. But that doesn't mean that I'm against the fact that it's a good idea to pay the proper wages to everybody that works for the city. Thank you.
Councilmember D'Alessandro, and I want to make sure that we'll get into a discussion. Let's ask our questions, and we'll get into our discussion after we've had the public hearing. But I'm Councilmember D'Alessandro.
I have one question, and then I have a lot of comments, but I'll hold. One question. My understanding is that these rates are published, right? I'm looking right now. It says, how are rates set? I'm looking at the Department of Labor's, like Minnesota Department of Labor's. Okay. Every single project that gets bid to us going forward with this in effect for city-only projects, not the ones for which we use state and federal funding, I'm going to assume, and you tell me if I'm correct on this, that we are budgeting in CIP for those with this prevailing wage. Like we would already have adjusted our CIP, for example, to address the potential cost the same way that we do inflation, the same way we do materials. We're watching those numbers all the time, right? We did this, if I remember correctly, this is probably before my time, we would have said, oh, look at that, Minnesota passed $15 an hour. I guess we're going to have to start doing $15 an hour. I mean, this is kind of normal for us, correct? I just want to make sure I understand, and if Ms. Schuler, Economy Schuler wants to come up or whatever. I just think that there's people in finance, and I'm just trying to get clarification, that are following these kinds of trends in all areas of our bidding process and are budgeting for us in advance, bringing to us our CIP and bringing to us our annual budget with these considerations in mind already. Am I correct on that? Or am I catching y'all off guard and going, well, that's my expectation, and you're not doing it, that would be a problem. But I'm guessing you're doing that. So if I could just get clarification on that, that'd be great.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
You don't get 52 straight years of GFOA.
This is kind of my point.
Exactly.
Okay. And I'm sorry that I know that that's really like a comment disguised as a question, but I feel like it's important for finance to be able to defend themselves on this regard.
Mayor and Councilmember D'Alessandro, as we're going through the budget cycle now, and we're also going through the CIP cycle, we will enhance that information out to the people that help us put that CIP together, that it is in the next one that you will see this fall. Thanks.
Councilmember Lohman, a question?
Just a question. I think it was interesting what was brought up earlier here about the cost perspective, but have there been any studies at all in terms of quality as it relates to if you have folks, at this particular level with quality in terms of what the taxpayer saves over the long term with respect to having that quality of work that's done at this prevailing wage?
Ms. Manderscheid?
Mayor, member, I believe I've read some things about that, and Amir has briefed me on that. I suspect that there's people that are here for the public hearing that could probably talk to that topic more specifically. All of mine would be.
I can wait for the public hearing, but I would, I turn that back to staff if we don't get that in the public hearing.
All right. Sounds to me, Council, like it's time to open the public hearing. So why don't we do that right now? I'm going to open the public hearing on item 4.2. This is our public hearing regarding our prevailing wage ordinance. I'm sure we've got a number of folks here wishing to speak. I just want to have you do a couple of things, make sure we do a couple of things. As you come forward, we do have a sign-in sheet. You can sign in after you're done speaking and kind of hand it to the next person if you want, just to simplify things and move things along. But please, as you come forward, identify yourself for the record. We need to know who you are and your name and so on. And if you'll notice the little clock on the wall, that's our shot clock. And at 5 minutes, I will cut you off. Not because I'm mean, but because I want to make sure everybody has the same amount of time to speak, and we don't let one person speak for 10 minutes and cut somebody off at 3 minutes. So 5 minutes is what you will have, and we will keep track of that closely. So With that, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone in the council chambers who wishes to speak to item 4.2 this evening? Okay, I don't know what it means that the thunder rumbled as you started.
Yeah, well, get ready. It's ominous. I've never had that happen before. Well, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jake Schweitzer. I am the Executive Director of North Star Policy Action. We're a think tank that promotes data-driven solutions to help working Minnesotans thrive, and I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed ordinance and to thank you for your efforts to protect workers in Bloomington. In November, North Star Policy Action released our report called Subsidizing Abuse. And this report named contractors that have been charged with or face allegations of exploitation, according to interviews with workers and industry experts. We identified housing developments that have received funding from low-income housing tax credits and tax increment financing, and employed the problem contractors that we named. And in total, we found over $84 million in TIF or LIHTC subsidies have gone to projects employing contractors with proven or alleged labor violations. And that's why this ordinance that you're considering tonight is so important. Prevailing wage policies increase payroll transparency, which reduces the risk of misclassification on a project. The certified payroll process minimizes the reliance on informal employment relationships and off-the-book payments on a construction site. It encourages accurate data and sufficient employer monitoring of a job site, which prevents the types of crimes that we found in our report. And the data on the cost question is very clear. Research overwhelmingly shows that prevailing wage policies have little to no impact on construction costs. 18 of 24 peer-reviewed studies conducted between 2000 and 2022 found that prevailing wage laws have no statistically significant effect on the cost of public construction projects. So again, this ordinance that you're considering tonight, it will protect workers. It will protect contractors who are doing the right thing and playing by the rules and just trying to compete on a fair playing field. And it will protect the integrity of public funds in Bloomington. So thank you for your work. Thank you for considering this really important ordinance tonight. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Thanks.
Thank you. You could be sure to sign in there. I appreciate that. Others?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Chelsea Globitz-Gabbio, and I'm the president at the Minneapolis Regional Labor Federation of the AFL-CIO. And we represent union members and workers throughout this entire community and the entire western suburbs. There are over 4,000 union members who live in the city of Bloomington. But more important than that, what you're considering tonight is a real testament to how you have grown as a statewide economic hub for the region and for the state. The thing that is before you tonight is a really common sense step in the right direction for a city of your stature and your size, and is replicating what cities and school boards and counties are doing all across this area. And it's going in step with what's happening at the state and federal level. We're seeing increased prevailing wage enforcement and cooperation at the federal level. We're seeing it happening at the state level, as you've been discussing tonight already about the TIF. And now we're seeing it happen at the local level too. And all of these things moving in motion together helps make sure that this is an effective policy that is enforced correctly. And just listening to the comments earlier today from your Hennepin County Commissioner and from you, from the dais, this city is at a critical moment where timing is kind of everything. All of this stuff is rolling on at the same time together, and it's going to make it easier for folks who are doing business in the city to be able to comply with the whole network that we're setting up here. A network that's going to be better for your city and a network that's better for workers. And then just a final thing, I want to say a special thanks to the staff who are really taking paying a lot of attention to enforcement. So passing the ordinance is one thing, but now you're a part of a network of folks who are working on this together, including partners both in the private sector, in the public sector, who are going to be able to be a part of this ecosystem. So the ordinance is great. We applaud it, and we're happy that this moment is happening. But I'm really excited about what the next steps are, too. So thank you to the staff and to everyone else.
Thank you. Next. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to provide some comment on this proposed ordinance. My name is John Beshi. I'm here on behalf of the Associated Builders and Contractors of Minnesota. ABC, for those of you who aren't familiar, is a trade association made up of 340 commercial and industrial contractors, and there are over 20,000 employees, many of whom have either worked on projects in Bloomington or are officed in the city here. These men and women are part of the 75% of workers in the Minnesota construction industry that choose to be part of the merit shop construction industry. Our members oppose violence, coercion, intimidation, and the denial of the rights of both employees and management, and we believe that work opportunities should be made available to all people regardless of labor affiliation. ABC, on behalf of our members, is opposed to the proposed ordinance that is up for discussion this evening for projects that receive city funds. By imposing an artificially determined wage rate rather than a market-based wage rate, we are concerned that this ordinance will limit competition, increase the cost of construction, and result in overall higher project costs. It is our members' experience that, on average, prevailing wage mandates do increase the cost of construction anywhere from 10 to 15%. And over the last few months, we've heard a lot from contractors and developers alike regarding a similar proposal that was up for consideration at the state legislature this year that would have required prevailing wage on all TIF projects throughout the state. The biggest concern that we heard, aside from the increased construction costs, is that such a mandate would create a disincentive for developers to make investments in local communities. In fact, the Rochester City Council recently voted to remove its prevailing wage requirement on single-family housing developments that receive TIF to incentivize more development at a more affordable price. The bottom line is that we are concerned with the unintended consequences that this ordinance will drive up the cost of new developments, reduce competition with no correlating increase in quality. Finally, just throughout our discussions with prevailing wage issues this year, we often hear a narrative that lack of prevailing wage means lower labor standards or low road contractors or lower quality work. And to the extent that any of those comments may or may not surface tonight, I just want to say that that sentiment really is insulting to our members who do great work in their communities, and there are thousands of employees who choose to work for them, perform high-quality work on budget and on time, regardless of whether the prevailing wage is paid. So I just would ask you to please keep that sentiment in mind. In conclusion, rather than enacting policies that make it more difficult for high-quality contractors to compete, we do think it is prudent to encourage fair and open competition in the construction industry, and we respectfully request a no vote on the proposed ordinance. I do thank you all again for the opportunity to provide comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Others tonight? Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Adam Hansen. I'm also with Associated Builders and Contractors of Minnesota, North Dakota. I agree and appreciate what Mr. Beshi said, but I want to share a couple other things that I think it's important for the council members and the mayor, staff, as well as members of the audience to hear. I'd like to shed some light on actually a darker side of the construction industry that most are unaware of. And the special interest group pushing this ordinance, the building trades unions nationwide and in Minnesota have been losing market share year after year, both here and nationwide, as their membership decreases compared to the merit shop side of the industry. That's left many unions and their members less competitive, struggling to win work in field crews to build these projects in and around Minnesota. This has led union organizers and their leaders and their members to engage in organizing tactics that are questionable and sometimes even egregious. I was glad to see Dan McConnell from the Minnesota Building Trades here earlier, but I think he just left. We also have Tony Wicken, leader of LIUNA, or one of the LIUNA leaders here. They oversee several unions throughout Minnesota. Now, recently, Dan and Tony led a group of about 36 union members, organizers, activists, and agents onto a local, non-union construction site. Now, we don't know exactly what they had planned on doing there, but we know what happened once they showed up. A 19-year-old young woman was working on the site that day.
Excuse me, I have to ask. I mean, this public hearing is regarding the prevailing wage ordinance that we're considering tonight, and I'm not sure exactly how this is relevant to that.
This is as a result of construction projects that are going to be built here in Bloomington, that these union members are trying to put prevailing wage on, and they're supporting these type of ordinances. I just want to shed some light on the industry.
And I get that, but I mean, I'm not sure how going on to a construction site, it has to do with the prevailing wage ordinance that we're discussing.
Yeah. Well, it's the people who are likely going to be maybe compliance officers under this ordinance, because the city ordinance allows the city to designate and delegate enforcement authority to these potential special interests.
Ms. Mandershine?
Mayor, members, our compliance officer, I believe, is in the ordinance, and it's Amir.
Okay.
Right? Yes.
All right. Well, please continue, but I'd like to see a bit finer point on your comments, if you could, please.
Well, like I was getting to, this young woman was working on a construction site, union organizers, people pushing this prevailing wage ordinance who talk about worker exploitation. They talk about high road contractors and making sure workers aren't exploited. This young woman was basically forced to flee into a job site trailer because they were blocking the exit gate with their SUVs. And we got this all on video. I'm happy to share the video with the committee today, with the council today, if they'd like. Two of the men stood in front of the door in front of the job site trailer with their feet on the guardrail, so she couldn't leave. One was wearing a La Una sticker on his hard hat. The other was wearing a Roofers Union t-shirt. This is frightening stuff. They were laughing at her. She had to escape out a window. She jumped out. I've got a minute and a half. I can play part of it.
Once again, I don't know how this applies to our ordinance. So if you, Councilmember Carter, if you have questions, because I'm just not seeing how this applies specifically to the ordinance we're discussing tonight. I mean, I appreciate it's a topic worth talking about.
It's the state of the construction industry in the Twin Cities metro area, and it's some of the shocking tactics that members in this room right now are engaged in that are pushing this ordinance. And I think it'd be helpful for the city council and you, Mr. Mayor, to know who's pushing this ordinance.
I mean, I understand the people who are in support of this ordinance. What I don't understand is if and how anything that you're describing affects the ordinance that we're considering tonight.
It doesn't affect the ordinance directly. It's just about the state of the construction industry. We've heard questions from just about every council member asking about the state of the construction industry. Projects, what goes on these projects. We heard testimony earlier about quality of projects, what goes on these job sites. This is what's going on in job sites. The egregious organizing tactics, trapping women in construction trailers that she captured on her cell phone right here.
Councilmember Carter?
So this might be a question for you. It might be a question for the city attorney. If we pass this ordinance tonight, would that prohibit contractors who employ non-union people from applying for the jobs?
Ms. Mandershine.
Mayor, members, our ordinance does not discuss or require union membership. And with regard to who the compliance officer would be, it's whomever the city manager designates, and it's not an outside entity as we're currently envisioning. All of the sort of financial costs and implementation have all been under the working idea that the implementation would be done by the city's compliance officer.
Thank you. So I guess, to say it again, prevailing wage is a prevailing wage ordinance. It is not about union versus non-union.
And I agree with that.
So
agree.
Thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Rivas.
If I may, I guess I get the point of the gentleman speaking right now. We were asking for somebody that opposed the prevailing wage ordinance. So can we allow him to finish what he has to say? Perhaps a few other people that might want to have the same opinion against the ordinance. I guess that's what we're here for. We're here to listen to both sides, right? So I think it would be.
There's nothing wrong with that. I think what the mayor is saying is
I'd
like to hear about prevailing wage of opposition. Not
but he's trying to make a
opposition.
point though, and he's opposing the ordinance, and he's trying to make a point. Perhaps it's not the best or what we're expecting him to say, but he's opposing the ordinance, and that's what we're here for. We want to hear both sides of it.
And which is
make
what
a
I heard
decision based on what we hear.
Councilmember Rivas from the previous speaker. What I'm hearing now is just a testimony against organized labor in general, which I don't think is what we're talking about here, because as Councilmember Carter just said, prevailing wage is not a union, non-union issue.
That's it.
Right. To an extent, he is opposing the ordinance. So I would like to hear a few more people that oppose the ordinance besides
there
the
may
people
well be.
that are in favor of it. I hear your point, but at the same time, perhaps if you had used another way to, informing us why you oppose the ordinance, it would have been better. But to me, it is important to hear both sides of it, and at least right now, he might not be saying it the way that we're expecting him to say it, but he's trying to get to a point, and why don't we allow him to finish his 5 minutes and then move on to the next person? But I like to hear both sides of the story here.
I think we all would like to hear both sides of the story. I just don't believe this is another side to the story that we're talking about, Councilmember.
We don't let anybody do that.
No.
It's not just him.
Let me ask the speaker if you can put a button on your comments specifically as they relate to the proposed ordinance that we're talking about tonight. I would appreciate that, and then we can move on to the next speaker. Please.
One, I think Mr. Beshy did a good job summarizing some of the points on prevailing wage.
He did.
But I was sitting in the audience as several of the earlier testifiers were talking about the state of folks who don't pay prevailing wage, or when prevailing wage isn't enacted, what happens to the quality construction. And so, they can talk about one side of the industry. Why can't I be allowed to talk about another segment of the construction industry right here in the Twin Cities, potentially right here in Bloomington, moving forward? So I have a 40-second video just showing what happened to this young
I have no intention of having that 40-second video played here at our council meeting. Councilmember Nelson, did you have a question? Or
Yeah, just about ABC, since we had two people come up from that organization, and there is a provision within the prevailing wage regarding apprenticeship programs. It's my understanding that you have one, as do some of the other folks from the unions. Does yours meet the definition in our code? Would yours qualify as an apprenticeship program?
Councilmember Nelson, yes. For our contractors enrolled in that, they would qualify, but a lot of our contractors aren't in registered apprenticeship programs because it's not suited for the type of work that they do. Oftentimes our members employ multi-skilled craft professionals, meaning they can perform multiple job classifications. They're not pigeonholed into one specific task or trade. They might be able to be a carpenter. They can do laborer's work. They might be able to do some iron work as well. But under prevailing wage, and especially registered apprenticeship programs, that's not allowed. You can't be a registered carpenter apprentice and also be a registered laborer's apprentice at the same time. And so there's discrete classifications that make it very hard for merit shops to be registered apprentices. So they're not allowed to pay less than prevailing wage, which when you think about it, if we're talking about raising wages, this specific ordinance allows you to lower wages to apprentices. So they don't earn that family sustaining wage that we hear prevailing wage talked about. They're sometimes getting paid half of what prevailing wage is.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Why don't we move on to our next presenter, if we could, please. And I would ask everybody here, we know what we're talking about. We're talking about this proposed ordinance. There's a copy of it on the back table. That is what we're discussing this evening, is the proposed ordinance in front of the City Council, and that's what I would like to hear public hearing or public testimony on. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Tim Watkins. I'm an education and policy coordinator with the Fair Contracting Foundation. I believe we met back in April, and we chatted a lot about research and kind of how that is conducted at that time. I would just ask for those members who are concerned about cost, did you look over the list of studies that I gave you at that time that showed the 24 that give the range from 0 up to, I believe, about 13%? And I would just be curious, what is the research that you're referring to that isn't on that list, that hasn't gone through the same peer review process? Again, if we're going to talk about research, we should at least be dealing on the same playing field, not just one project that some city staff estimated would raise costs 5 to 10%. So one note on that. And to the note on apprenticeship, I would just ask, does anybody on the council know approximately how many apprentices there are in construction programs at any given time in Minnesota? At any given time, roughly 10,000. If you look at the numbers year over year, it's between 9,500 to 11,000. You know, depending, obviously it's a cyclical industry. There's going to be some fluctuations there. ABC does have a apprenticeship system. It's called the Construction Education Foundation. In 2022, they had exactly 70 apprentices enrolled out of average of 10,000, 0.7%. They don't provide meaningful training. They can say that it's because it needs to be multi-craft and things
Excuse me.
like that.
I'm sorry. We
Oh,
want,
yeah,
we want
I
to avoid
apologize.
that. We're not doing this.
Yep,
Not
you're
doing
right.
this.
So my apologies. Just wanted to comment. That is why they say they can't meet the apprenticeship standards. So,
So do you have anything specific regarding the ordinance that we're discussing?
And again, that was when I just wanted to speak again to the cost question. That again, we provided you that research. I would just ask that you look at the breadth of studies that have been provided there, specifically addressing cost. If you would like other studies that have looked at bid competition and things like that, which again, research has consistently found is not impacted by prevailing wage. You're not going to reduce the number of bidders. You're not going to raise your costs. Again, you're just ensuring that you're getting responsible contractors bidding on your projects. So just again, make sure to check the sources that you're getting that information from when you're looking into these things. And again, we've provided a lot and are happy to have further discussions on that. Yes, did you have a question?
May I ask one quick? Is this the sheet that you're referring to?
Yes, sir. That's the one. Yep.
This is the one that I used.
Okay.
When I looked at affordable housing showing 9% increase.
Okay. Yep. That was one of them in the mix of all of them.
No, that was all 5 of the affordable housing. That's the average of the 5. There was only one that was at 0. All of the rest of them, 4. I apologize. There were 4 studies of affordable housing.
Because there's the 2022 one that said it was 3%, I believe.
2022 says no effect. 2017, 5%, 2017, 16%, and 2025 for 11%.
Okay.
I added those up, divided by 4, and I got just over 9%.
That's fair. All right. At least for the 2017 one, that was addressed in the 22 one, just for further reference. So there's an ongoing discussion in the research literature.
Be careful of back and forth here. So okay.
Again, even outside affordable housing, the impact is, again, peer-reviewed research that goes through rigorous review processes has consistently found it as a 0% cost impact. And as when it comes to affordable housing, it's for the reasons that we had indicated or that we had discussed previously, is because you're comparing it to a baseline in an industry that is rife with labor abuse. So you have to take that into consideration as well. So again, on the question of cost, it's pretty well settled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Sowell, and I am a journeyman carpenter with Local 322. I am going to speak on behalf of the quality that the prevailing wage pushes. Our training facilities offer top-notch quality-driven training, and when our apprentices are going through our training program, they are going through stringent training programs. We have a training facility at 710 Olive Street that I would invite all of you to come down. You are more than welcome to come down any Thursday evening. We have an open house, and you can walk the training facility and see that we are first-class, grade A training facility. The training that we are giving our apprentices is top-notch. When they journey out, they become journeyman carpenters, and we are very proud of our journeyman carpenters. This is amazing training. Now, when I hear folks talk about, they're talking about this apprentice program and everything. The question comes to my mind is like, it isn't going through the same stringent process, the same kind of thing that we go through to train our apprentices. Another thing that I would like to speak on behalf of, the prevailing wage is an equalizer, not just for union members, it also levels the tables because it takes away from this ability for subcontractors to misclassify their employees. And subcontractors will come in and have people who this is a thing that actually happens, where a drywall outfit will come in and have 20 guys living in an apartment, one little 20 by 20 foot square, have these guys sit there. It's called human trafficking. And this is a practice that is happening in the construction industry. And the prevailing wage is a way to combat this human trafficking, because there are people that are going through and checking the conditions that the workers are being put and forced to work under. And when a lot of these guys are forced or when they're confronted with it, say somebody has an injury, then, the contractors who are not for this prevailing wage, they'll turn around and say, hey, well, if you're going to complain, go ahead and call a police officer and, you're at risk for deportation or anything else like that. And so what we offer a level playing field. And this is not just for union contractors. Non-union have the ability to competitively bid without being undermined by this undercurrent of human trafficking in our field. And with that, I'll release my time. Thank you very much. Please come to 710 Olive Street to see what our training is. I would extend the invitation to all of you to come there. Thank you.
Others this evening? I suppose I should check. Do we have anyone on the phone wishing to speak this evening? No one on the phone? Last call for anyone in the council chambers. Public hearing on item 4.2. Council, no one coming forward in the chambers, and we've got no one on the phone. I would look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 4.2 this evening.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro, closing the public hearing. No further comment on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0, closing the public hearing. So, Council, discussion on this. We've heard a lot of different things. We have discussed a lot of different things. We've had this conversation, and this has gone on, I think, for the past 7 months when we first started it back in December. We've been over a lot of ground, and I think a lot of folks have questions or, more importantly, opinions and ideas on this. So I'll turn it over, see where we want to go. Councilmember Lohman.
Well, Mayor, I want to thank you. And I just want to start off by saying that this is certainly, for some, a difficult topic to cover, because it does have some meaningful change. And I can understand and I appreciate those members who, look, what is the impact from, for taxpayers. And I think that really comes from a really sincere, place where, we really want to try to, provide for our taxpayers, the best type of experience as possible and trying to keep that price down. And I think that it has been, Mayor, a real tenet of our city and those who have served, on this particular dais. And so I appreciate that. But what I would ask my colleagues who are looking at it from that vantage point is also the quality of the work that we have done over the many years. Now, I understand there's differences of opinion on that, but I do believe that this particular ordinance that's being brought forward tonight gives us an opportunity to key in to part of our mission statement that many members have come to us and asked us to do, but to look at the working conditions that people are experiencing. And so by looking at this prevailing wage, this gives us the opportunity to provide a fair and balanced marketplace for competition within our city. And it also provides us the opportunity to provide the type of work and the type of product at the end of that process that I think that we can be proud of. Now, I can understand if you maybe not have come to that conclusion tonight, but I would hope that over time that we can move you in that direction. I am clearly in support of what we have here tonight. I always want more. I always want it to be a little bit more. I'm always striving for us to push the envelope on this thing. But I think this is a good place for us to start and begin tonight. And so I will be supporting this tonight. Now, I understand that that there is some process issues here, and I'm hoping that those process issues are not going to be a hurdle from us getting the best result that we can get in terms of your support. So I'm looking forward to hearing some of the some of the other members' points of view. Where they, but I am firmly in support of this, and I hope we can at least, have a dialogue about where you're at and maybe some of the issues you may have with supporting this evening.
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
I want to be, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to be very specific about something that just I must admit I'm confused by, and maybe there's a question here or some clarification that also needs to be done. But from what I understand, prevailing wage hourly rates are set by volunteer submissions by the industry. So they say, hey, if you want to share with us what you're paying right now, go to this website, fill out this survey, send it in. Then all that data is collected, and that the average market rate, as I understand it, assuming that's what the market is, right? That's what they're paying right now. They send it in, and then we get an average number. That's the prevailing wage. And it changes over time. If I'm incorrect about that, the way that works, please let me know. But I'm looking right now at the Department of Labor state website for Hennepin County, and it basically comes in and says, here's an effective rate from this date to this date. Here's the basic rate for a common laborer, for example, and it says $41.66. And my understanding is that that number came from submission of surveys by people in the industry who sent in their hourly rates, which sounds very market to me. So I'm very confused by the notion that prevailing wage is not attempting to equalize the market rate across construction projects as a means by which to lay the quality playing field. And if I'm wrong about that, please let me know. But otherwise, if that's what we're talking about, all we're going to do is say, yep, we're going to use those rates. We're not even going to use them. We're expecting you're going to pay those rates if you get a City of Bloomington contract. And that doesn't feel weird to me because the rates are defined by the market. Am I wrong? Maybe, I don't know if Mr. Malik wants to answer that or whatever, but that is my understanding about how the creation of the rate that we're talking about is created.
Mayor, members, Amir can certainly speak to it further if that is the will of the council. On one point of clarification, I believe it's the mode, not the mean.
The mode?
Yeah.
Okay.
So other than that,
yep.
I believe what you said is accurate.
Okay, and it doesn't come from the state auditor doesn't go get that data. It's sent in by the people that are doing the work. And so I just want everybody to be clear on that. We're not talking about asking to set rates that are not actually being paid already today by people in this industry. I'm just very, very surprised that at this last minute we're hearing that that's the potential concern. And so narrowing it down, scoping the whole thing down. We could talk about labor, non-labor, we could talk about market forces and all that. I get it. But for this ordinance right here, what we're talking about is we are saying you got to look at that sheet, the sheet that you can find online, and you got to pay those rates, and we're going to enforce that. And by the way, y'all are the ones that created those rates because you're the ones that sent the surveys in. That's what we're saying tonight, and that's why I'm going to support it 100%.
Others? Councilmember Mua.
Thank you, Mayor. I've learned a lot since being in council for a little over a year now. And the thing I've learned in Bloomington is that we like to build really nice things and leave them for 60, 70 years. And that's kind of what I feel is happening right now. We're going to be building things. We spent the last 5 years going out into the community and saying, hey, Bloomington is cool, Bloomington is great, it's coming up, you should come invest in Bloomington. And we were wildly successful in that. So successful, we're up to our eyeballs in projects. Literally can't handle them. And so when I look at the history that we've had since we became a township in the 1800s, since we became a city in 1960, we've always built great things. And when I am 90 years old, God forbid, I don't know if I want to live that long, when I turn around and look back and say, are the things that we built when I was on council, are they still relevant? Do people still want to go to those things? And so that's where it matters to me that we lived the values that we went and sold Bloomington on. People are coming here because we said these are the values that we have, and these are the values that we're going to put forth to you so that you would want to come and be here in Bloomington and help us build a remarkable and enduring community where people want to be. And that to me means that we're respecting our workers. We're allowing the market to set those rates. We're getting people on a level playing field so that we can build incredible, amazing things, because Bloomington is the place to be. And it's going to be the place to be for the next 100 years. And so that's where I feel obligated to continue to support this, because it's going to allow us to build these things and allow people to live here and work here for the remaining future when I'm not here anymore.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I just want to say thank you to staff. I know this has been a tremendous amount of work, and I appreciate the engagement, the community engagement, the stakeholder engagement that went into this ordinance and this process. I also have appreciated hearing the multiple perspectives out there, both in person and through the Let's Talk Bloomington platform. And I also just want to say that I have family and friends, close loved ones who are union and non-union. My dad owned a construction company in Iowa, which is not a big union state, right? So for me, when I think about this ordinance, it really fundamentally comes down to human rights. I've talked with residents in Bloomington who have experienced wage theft, who have experienced horrible working conditions. And I just fundamentally don't think that as I look at our strategic plan, which I think several people have mentioned, our mission, our values, right? Not only to have equitable access to opportunity, but to have safety and security, to make sure that our community thrives when its members share responsibility for its well-being. All of the things that we have committed to in our mission and our core values align with this ordinance. And to me, it's not union versus non-union. It is really making sure that we have a level playing field out there. And this is just locally funded projects. We're not talking about every single construction project in the city of Bloomington. We don't have that power. It is projects that local taxpayer dollars are going into. And when I look at our strategic plan that engaged our community and they told us what they wanted, this is the type of policy that they wanted. They don't want to have people experiencing trafficking or wage theft or even just below standard working conditions. I think that the people of Bloomington want more for their neighbors and for the people who are working here in Bloomington. And so for those reasons, I will be supporting the ordinance.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Gotta be honest, this one's tough for me because I see a lot of different sides to this. Part of it is I agree with Councilmember D'Alessandro. The wage is set by the marketplace, which also makes me ask, then why do we need to have a prevailing wage? If it's already been set by the marketplace, let the marketplace work. I'm a free market kind of person. That sort of makes sense. What I hear of concerns on the flip side is that it's not always a fair marketplace that's setting those. It's an unfair marketplace that's setting those. And then we get into wage theft. And then I go to the other side and I go, hey, you know what? We already have laws about wage theft. We have those things. We've talked about that before. The state has that. I think we should be good partners in it. I know I've talked about us not necessarily duplicating other levels of government's enforcement and rebuilding what they should already be building here. And so, I keep on this path. I keep going up and down on this, as I think about it. And so I do have one question on it. Will we take over enforcement for any projects that are already required to do this by state or federal law?
Ms. Mandershine?
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Malik on that. I know we've talked about it, but I just want to make sure that I'm consistent with what he and I talked about previously.
Councilmember Nelson, Council. So currently, we already have projects that, due to state law, have prevailing wage. And as part of receiving that money, then we do need to enforce prevailing wage for those. So that's why we already do that for those projects, because we have to.
Okay. Is that the same at federal law, if I might?
Yes. If you take the money, then you have to follow that. Or
so then let me do my up and down thing. So we're talking about like less than 20 projects. We're already doing this with a number of projects. I don't know exactly what that number is, and I don't really need it unless you have it off the top of your head. But we're talking about adding 20 new projects or fewer.
Yeah.
Am I understanding that correctly?
Fewer. Right now we're probably at around, it changes by year, but we're looking at probably like 5 to 10 projects right now per year that are already using it, because they're our roads and bridges and those type of projects that are already getting state or federal funding, and then we would be adding on top of that 10 to 12 projects depending on what we're doing.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the information.
Councilmember Rivas, anything to add? All right, thank you. So this whole topic about policies and programs to protect workers in the city of Bloomington, this isn't new. This people sitting at this desk 20 some odd years ago had this conversation about smoking bans in bars. Specifically, one of the main parts of that was to protect the bartenders and the waiters and the wait staff and so on who were breathing in that secondhand smoke. So this isn't not a new conversation in the city of Bloomington. Protecting workers is not a new conversation. We've had that conversation with our earned sick and safe leave discussion that we did, and we're having this conversation again regarding prevailing wage. We started this back in December, and with the acknowledgement that there's a lot of projects underway in the city of Bloomington. And I don't think there's disagreement that if there is city financial support that's part of a project, then workers on that project should be protected. I think if we don't do that, we're doing exactly as Councilmember Carter talked about. We're going against our history here in Bloomington, and we're going against our future that we've laid out in our strategic planning process. And now I know full well that the vast majority of employers, folks working in the city of Bloomington, they do a great job. They treat workers with respect. They acknowledge the dignity of workers. They have a level playing field. Everybody is treated fairly. Vast majority. But we know that that's not 100% the case. We know that's not the case. And to pass something like this that would make sure that that playing field is leveled, with at the same time doing our best that any public policy we passed doesn't have these negative impacts on businesses, on private businesses and private companies, I think it's incumbent on us to follow up on that. We've been talking about this. We've done a good job bringing this around. I mean, we were in this discussion. I think we were moving forward in April on this and decided we wanted to make sure that the HRA weighed in. We heard the presentation at the Port Authority, the Planning Commission, to do all the outreach and engagement that we do so well in the city of Bloomington. And I think we made an intentional effort to bring in all the voices that we can. I mean, the hearing tonight, talking specifically about this ordinance, I think this is what we were set up to do and wanted to do. And I think now is the time for the decision on that. And frankly, I think the only decision that we can make is to pass this and move this forward to ensure that the workers who have always been protected here in the city of Bloomington will continue to be protected. I think it's incumbent on us to do that. And I'll be supporting this, and I hope others will as well. Councilmember Nelson?
Thank you, Mayor. Since I didn't actually answer the question, do you mind if I just follow up with a few more comments? Because I've been thinking about it. Because I am honestly struggling with this one.
Understood. Please.
I frankly don't particularly like the vehicle of this prevailing wage because of the prevailing wage and setting of wages, and I'm just not a big fan of that. I much more believe in marketplaces. But the thing that I keep thinking about that just doesn't sit right in my stomach is just people not being treated fairly on a work site and wage theft and all of that. And my personal wish, if I could craft it the way I wanted to, it would not be, we'd take the prevailing wage part out of it, and we would work better with the state to go after wage theft, not just in construction, but in restaurants and hospitality and an entire, if I could create this, but that's not what is before us, and not what, people have put a lot of good work into. And for me, I just can't let my concerns about the prevailing wage overwhelm the real legitimate concerns about wage theft and misclassification and things of that nature. And so I will support it very, very reluctantly, and would hope that we take a look at how we work better with the state to enforce wage theft and other issues throughout the community in all industries and protect all workers in Bloomington. And I think that might actually be part of the next discussion, and I've already telegraphed I don't want to create duplicate systems. I get the problem with my comments. I totally understand that. But that's really what I think the problem is that I see that we can solve, much more than the actual wage and setting of wages. And I mean, the reality is we don't have to do much work. I think we just note some chart that the state has already done, but so there won't be much of administrative there. So, and I appreciate everyone's information on the costs. I do have concern on that. I mean, because I am hearing two different stories from the city. Mm-hmm. So, that's where I'm at.
Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I just wanted to say, I want to thank my colleague because I know how difficult a decision this is to make this. Given I know we've had conversations about this, so I want to just thank you for really just stepping up and doing this. Thank you. If there isn't anything else, Mayor.
Council, last chance. Any comments, questions?
Just
Councilmember Rivas.
This only affects the projects that the city will be paying for, right? Not private industry.
That is correct. Projects with a city, a public financing component of more than $175,000 would be affected by this ordinance.
Absolutely. We can vote yes on this. As long as the private enterprise doesn't get affected by it.
Councilmember Lohman?
Let's go ahead and move this thing then. Mayor, I'll move an ordinance establishing a prevailing wage for certain city-funded construction projects in the city, thereby amending chapters 1 and 23, Appendix A, and the city code.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Carter. To adopt an ordinance establishing prevailing wage for certain city-funded construction projects in the city of Bloomington, thereby amending chapters 1 and 23 and Appendix A of the city code. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Lohman. No. Please do not. Please do not. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we try and maintain the decorum here in the council chambers. I appreciate that, Phil. Thank you. Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I'll move authorizing the summary of publication of ordinance number 2414. An ordinance establishing prevailing wage for certain city-funded construction projects in the city, thereby amending chapters 1 and 23, Appendix A of the city code.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Carter, for summary publication on item 4.2. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. I want to say thank you to staff for this. This has been a 7-month project that you've been working on. I appreciate it. Mr. Malik, outstanding work. Ms. Manderscheid, thank you. Thank you to our co-ed staff for the outreach and engagement that went on. And the council, thank you for the conversation on this and the discussion. And I want to thank everybody in the chambers for coming forward and being part of this discussion. I think it was an important one, and I'm glad we had it. So thanks for being here tonight. And if you stick around, we're talking about cannabis here in about half hour, so you can, then things will really get interesting. Councilmember Manderscheid, Ms. Manderscheid.
Mayor, I just want to add our support staff person in our office, Laura Poo, as well, who was really, really helpful.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks to all who worked on this. Council, that wraps up our item 4 on the agenda, the hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. We move on to item 5, our organizational business. And item 5.1 is an update on our large building benchmarking program. Ms. Struss, our sustainability coordinator, is with us this evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'll wait for my presentations to get up and we'll spend about 15 minutes together. So I'm here to talk about our large building benchmarking program, and specifically the fact that last year state lawmakers passed a new statute that's actually rolling out statewide large building benchmarking. So the city has a decision to make, and tonight I would like us to just start that discussion and get initial feedback on it. I'll be coming back later in the fall, but essentially there's a decision to make if we want to keep our existing ordinance and program or rescind our ordinance and go with a statewide program implementing large building benchmarking in the city. So quickly, I'll go over as a reminder what large building benchmarking is, go through the annual process, the program benefits, what the new state program is looking like, pathways forward, and then having that discussion and specifically hearing if there's any questions that I should be asking the state as they roll out their new program. So large building benchmarking, this is the third year of the program. The ordinance passed in 2021. So we have buildings that are public, commercial, and multifamily, 75,000 square feet and above, about 190 properties that are required to benchmark annually their energy use and disclose that information to the city, where then we report that back to them in the form of a report, but we also disclose that publicly so that buildings can compare to similar building types their energy use. So this process starts out in March of each year. We talk to assessing, they give us the list of everyone who's required to benchmark that year. We send out a letter. We work with a consultant that provides technical assistance. So between March and May, any property that needs help going through the process has one-on-one support or can attend trainings. By June 1st, properties are required to disclose that information to the city through the free tool Energy Portfolio Manager. And then the city is required to disclose that publicly. We've been using interactive map that other cities in Hennepin County use as well. We're part of the Efficient Buildings Collaborative that Hennepin County started. And then we also get a lot of data, which makes me excited, so that we're better able to target the properties and do outreach to be able to connect folks to resources to save energy. So program benefits, it helps people understand how much energy they're using. You can't manage what you don't measure, so it gives at least one touch point a year that folks are looking at their energy use, which is really important for our climate goals because these tend to be the largest users of energy in the city, which is our largest source of climate pollution. We've also recognized that facilitates peer building comparisons, so different schools can look at how those schools are performing, grocery stores can compare to one another. And we also find that we're a better resource to building owners. I'll quickly share the story that we have a new sustainability specialist that does climate outreach. Jamila was able to look at data this year for all of our hotels in the program, see the hotels that are the least energy efficient, be able to prioritize staff time to then go on site, partner with our environmental health staff that do annual inspections of those hotels, meet with property managers, and be able to have a conversation about what resources are available. And that's something we were never able to do before we had this information. So the new state benchmarking requirement is very similar to our program. I would say almost it was modeled after programs like our city has had. So this will be required in the 7-county metro area along with Duluth, Rochester, and St. Cloud. Next year, buildings 100,000 square feet and above will be required to benchmark, and then the following year in 2026, it will be 50,000 square feet and above. So what's important to know, as I mentioned before, that we are allowed as a city, local governments are able to keep their program or decide to have the state run the program moving forward. There are requirements for this, though. We have to be at least as comprehensive in scope and application as the state's program. I reached out to the state and I asked, how do we determine that and figure that out? They are still in a process of hiring their vendor and earlier on in the process. So they said it's on their radar. They mean to be really collaborative with the process, but later this summer into fall is when they'll be specifically looking at answering some of our questions. I looked through the main differences. Size. Currently our program only goes to 75,000 square feet and above. This would be adding about 110 properties going from 50,000 and above. Also, there's some requirements with on-site building disclosure, having a star system in the window or on-site for people to see, and then also benchmarking information when a property is sold. So those are details that we'll have to learn more about. And then having enforcement penalty, which is already part of our ordinance, so we would meet that requirement. So quickly, building size requirements next year in 2025, 50,000 to 75,000 square feet is required by the city or state, but in 2026 it will be. We have about 40 buildings that are between the 75,000 and 100,000 square feet. That is required right now with our city ordinance, but will not next year by the state yet. But in 2026 and beyond, it will. And then we have 150 buildings that are 100,000 square feet and above, and that will be required next year and beyond from both the state and our city ordinance. So we have options to consider for next year. We can keep the program as is, keeping in mind that there might be state-required ordinance updates. Data access, we'll have that for all the building sizes. Cost estimate, I reached out to our consultant that's been providing assistance for us the past 3 years. That would be about $30,000. Participant experience, mostly the same, pending those few updates. Higher staff time, but that's just mostly because of these communication about the state program changing potentially in the future. So then we have option B, which would be for those higher properties, 100,000 square feet and above, to report to the state, but we keep those 40 properties and make sure that they're being benchmarked from 75,000 and above. We would get data access for the 75,000 to 100,000 because we would be paying for it. It's written in that the state is required by December to give local governments access to data. So that is written into the statute. We don't know exactly what form or what that looks like, but assuming we would still have that information, it would be 14,000 to cover those properties that the state wouldn't next year. Potential confusion from participants if, thinking of our website and our process and sending out the mailers, some properties would go to the state, some would go to us. Staff time, I would say, similar to the previous option, higher because we would be communicating some of these changes. And then the last option would just be to end our program this year and say the state's taking over. That would leave a gap for the properties 75,000 to 100,000 square feet. We would get that data for 100,000 square feet and above. There would be a cost to that, potential confusion with the properties that wouldn't be benchmarking, since we've been trying to get people into a habit to do this, and they would be pausing for a year and then starting again, but slightly less staff time than options A and B to do that, because the state would essentially be carrying it out and we wouldn't need to set up a contract or do any mailers or any of that work. And then options for 2026 and beyond is essentially the city could run our program with the consultant assistance. We would have data access. It would be about $14,000. Participant experience, mostly the same. Staff time would be higher because we would be adding those 110 properties, and we would have to go through the whole process of getting those addresses, helping people learn how to benchmark again. Now that we're in year 3, folks are getting more familiar with the process. Or the state could run the program. Again, we anticipate we will have data access to be able to do that focused outreach. Cost estimate, 0. Participant experience, unknown. It's a new program, but staff time would definitely be lower, and we would be able to focus that on other sustainability initiatives or other assistance for these properties. The staff recommendation for next year is to keep the program as is, let the state have a year to roll out their program. We think it would be an easier transition for participants. It keeps up our data access, keeps up benchmarking habits, and it aligns likely with the direction of other cities. I know for sure that St. Louis Park is doing that process of one more year of benchmarking, and then they plan to go over to the state's program. That's also staff's recommendation for 2026 and beyond, to rescind our benchmarking ordinance, have the state take it over. That allows money and staff time to be reinvested in other activities with sustainability. It also has statewide consistency, which I know was a priority when we rolled out the program between cities that council had, and we will still have access to that data. Potential proposed next steps. We're having this conversation tonight. As I mentioned, we'll get more direction from the state, the Department of Commerce, coming back in the fall to get formal direction from council. That will provide enough time that if we are putting together a contract for our consultants for benchmarking, that we can do that before it ends in the end of December. Communication with what pathway we're doing with the program participants, and then the new reporting year starts in March. And with that, thank you. And if you have any questions or comments, I would love to hear them.
Thank you. Council, before we get into questions, I'm going to categorize this one as a no-brainer. This one seems pretty straightforward. I think staff recommendation to continue through next year and then to convert over to the state-run program is a pretty logical step to take. Just my opinion, and we can go from there.
Well,
Councilmember Lohman.
It's just I just agree. Well, it's funny you said that. I was about to say that, but my only question I had was if for some reason, after 2026, we wanted to, for any reason, kind of go back to having it. Are we precluded from doing that at all?
No.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's a no-brainer then for sure. Yeah. Okay. Sounds great. Love it.
Councilmember D'Alessandro and then Councilmember Nelson.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Hi. Nice to see you. I think this makes a ton of sense. I think the direction makes sense. I would like us to say 2026 and beyond. Cool, as long as we know for sure we're getting the data. I wouldn't want to not have the data and still move over if we get there. The only other comment I would say is one of the things that's always a concern is. I don't know the tenuous nature of the makeup of the state legislature. Does this get repealed 2 years later and now we don't have any study? Like, it always makes me nervous to do that. All that having been said, if that doesn't change, it would make complete sense. But I think monitoring through 2026 and understanding not just the state's ability to get you the data and confirming that the data is the same and it's in a timely manner so you can make those calls and everything. Because I'm super thrilled that Jim was able to do that work. That's really impressive. And I'd love for you guys to be tracking the outcomes of those calls to see if the people that she reaches out to are actually making changes and if we're seeing that that's working, right? So I'm assuming you're doing that. You're a data person like me. So that's cool. But yeah, maybe in 2026, then we look at this again and look at the political landscape as well and the likelihood that this stuff gets continually funded as well as what data we're able to get. Thanks.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. This might be a little bit of a surprise, but I'm strongly in favor of if the state does something we're already doing of not duplicating it and discontinuing it at the city level. So just wanted to let you know that I support the recommendation and I thank you very much for it.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. The one piece I want to make sure we're absolutely going to be focusing on is making sure our partners who in the city have said we want to sign up for this benchmarking program, making sure that they're very clear and have the full support because they voluntarily said we want to do this with you. So I want to make sure that they're being taken care of as we're going through this transition. And then just secondly, I think agreed with everyone. I think this is the piece where we get a nickel and a dime back. It's not significant dollars by any means, but every nickel and dime we can get back, I fully support that and know that it will make a bigger difference in the future. Thanks.
Anything else, Council? So two things. First of all, a question. The decision point later on, I mean, is there something that we're waiting on, more information from the state? Is that what we're waiting on, or?
Mr. Mayor, council members, it seems like tonight's direction was pretty clear. So if you're comfortable, staff will move forward with proposing those ordinance updates. So if the state does say that we need to modify some things in the ordinance, we'll do that and then come back in the fall with that ready to go.
Got it. Okay. And the second point that I just wanted to make, I think it's pretty cool that, I mean, once again, we're seeing Bloomington and other cities in leadership positions ahead of what the state is doing, and the state rushing to catch up. So well done on that, and I appreciate your work on this and moving it forward and making it such a success and proving to the state that it can and should be done and done successfully. So well done.
Thank you.
All right. Item 5.2 on our agenda is a cannabis zoning and business registration standards discussion. And our city clerk, Ms. Scipione, is here. We've got Nick Kelly, our public health admin, is here as well. And Emily, Emily, pronounce your last name for me. I want to make sure I get it right. Hetzbeth from our planning department is here as well. So thank you for that. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm ending the meeting for you this evening. Tonight we are talking about what I will say is the first step in our cannabis discussions and regulations, especially as we react to the legislative session that just wrapped up. So tonight I'll be providing some background. I know we were before council with kind of a more extensive legislative summary back in 2023 when the cannabis law was passed, but we want to provide some updates on what's happened since then and just reminders of what we're allowed to do as a city and what we aren't. Then we'll be discussing timeline for regulation and policy decisions, and especially as that relates to recent changes in the legislation and some timing that we expect and some potential applications we could have coming. And then we have some policy discussion and direction conversations to have. This, again, won't be the only time we're discussing cannabis. For tonight, what we're looking for will be direction on sensitive uses, buffers from those sensitive uses, zoning use types, zoning districts, performance standards for cannabis businesses, and then any potential license limits that we would like to see for cannabis businesses. So how did we end up here? Right? Recreational cannabis was legalized in 2023, and the Office of Cannabis Management was established. And so the state gives, under that legislation, the state gives cities some authority to manage and regulate cannabis. We are allowed to create buffer requirements from certain protected uses or sensitive uses. We can limit the number of cannabis businesses within the city, and we can provide some general zoning and performance standards. Cannabis businesses are licensed by the Office of Cannabis Management, and they have registration requirements with the cities in which they are operating. So, as I mentioned, cities can adopt reasonable restrictions on the time, place, and manner of operations of cannabis businesses. And so we're looking to do that through our zoning code. We cannot prohibit the possession, the transportation, or the use of cannabis. And we are allowed to limit the number of licensed retailers to no fewer than one registration for every 12,500 residents. So that gets us to 7 in Bloomington. So we would have to allow for at least 7 cannabis businesses within the city of Bloomington. We could limit it after that to no additional beyond if we want to. That is not a requirement. It's just something that statute allows. So the licensing process for cannabis businesses really starts with the Office of Cannabis Management. They're administering the licenses, and they have, actually I think this last legislative session they pared it down from 14 license types to 11 license types. But it is everything from cultivators, the manufacturers, the transporters, testing, the wholesalers, the retailers. It's a is a 340-page bill. So it is the whole process, I think the last time I said from seed to smoke, right? Generally, the way the licensing process works is the cannabis business is going to apply with the Office of Cannabis Management. Office of Cannabis Management reviews that applications, and this is new this year. Now the Office of Cannabis Management will actually issue a conditional license, saying to that licensee, you meet our backgrounding requirements and our general operational requirements. At that point, then, the license holder goes and finds a premises, receives local zoning approval, and then they'll go back to the Office of Cannabis Management and say, hey, okay, now I have my location and I know I have my zoning approvals from the city, so now I'm ready to finalize this license. So after that conditional license issuance, they basically have a year and a half to find their location and then move forward. That was a change from how this bill was initially written in 2023. And in my opinion, it's an improvement. It makes it a lot smoother for that licensee. They're not bouncing back between the city and the state quite as much as they were before. After OCM has confirmed with the city that the applicant does in fact meet our zoning, our building, and our fire code requirements, then they're going to issue that license, and then we're going to issue a registration to that cannabis business. They have to come back to us and register, and the city is responsible for conducting underage compliance checks. We can suspend registrations and report complaints or concerns to the Office of Cannabis Management, and we collect registration fees and will receive a portion of the cannabis tax revenue. So our timeline for this initial policy discussion, in April and May, we attended advisory Board of Health work sessions because it was important to hear from a public health standpoint what their thoughts and feedback were on a lot of these different public policy decisions. In May, we attended a Planning Commission work session to hear about the zoning elements of this ordinance amendment that will be coming. Tonight, we are at our work session. Our plan then is to go to the Planning Commission with a public hearing on July 11th and come back to the City Council on August 5th for a public hearing and ordinance consideration. This timeline takes into account the fact that the state will start issuing conditional cultivator licenses starting on August 12th. So we want to make sure we have our regulations in place so that those businesses that are eligible for a social equity license can know what our regulations here are in Bloomington, and we can react to any licensure requests that may come in. So that's how we've developed this timeline for this first ordinance amendment. We have more work to do with cannabis. We anticipate coming this fall with an additional ordinance amendment and policy discussion regarding use in public places and parks. We also, as we've been pouring through our ordinance, have noticed a few housekeeping items that we really should bring up to the current regulations regarding cannabis and make sure that we're cleaning up our city code and that it's consistent with state statute. So we do anticipate having that before the council. We also know that we are still waiting on rulemaking from the state. We are still waiting on a sample cannabis ordinance, model ordinance from the state. So once we have those things, we may need to do some tweaking to what we've already done. But we also want to make sure that we have an ordinance in place so that we can react to cannabis applicants as they start coming in for those cultivator licenses. We also have businesses that are inquiring and want to know, well, what are your setbacks? What are you going to be able to do? You know, they're doing their initial due diligence before next year when the state will start issuing retailer licenses. And at this point, we're not able to answer. So this will also help us be more responsive to our business community as we go through this first ordinance amendment. All right, and with that, I am going to have Emily come up and walk us through some of the policy questions that we very briefly outlined for you. And Nick Kelly will be joining us at times as well.
Thank you, Christina. Good evening, everyone. Yes, so I'm here to talk about the policy questions. So the first question that we have is, what should our sensitive uses be? So from which uses should cannabis businesses have a minimum separation? The state says that we could treat schools, amenities and parks where children congregate, residential treatment facilities, and daycares as sensitive uses. So when we went to the Planning Commission, their recommendation were for schools and residential treatment facilities to be sensitive uses, and the Advisory Board of Health recommended schools, residential treatment facilities, and the park amenities where children congregate. So this slide is more just to kind of show that we have an interactive map that shows all the potential sensitive uses and then also the potential buffer distances. I believe this was linked to in the staff report and in the packet. So we'll go into a few examples later, but this is showing kind of where throughout the city these sensitive uses would be. So the table on the left side is showing the maximum permitted buffer distances that the state allows for these sensitive uses. So you can see schools, you can have a 1,000-foot buffer, and then the other 3 potential sensitive use types, you can have a 500-foot buffer. And the right-sided table has the existing license types that we have in the city and what their buffers are from schools, because we currently only have buffers from schools.
Good evening, Council. One of the things we did is, as part of the research, was to ask our school partners what they thought about some of the buffer allowable. So we engaged with the school's chemical health team and sought their feedback on what they're seeing, the challenges, and what they would like council to hear. They talked to some of their colleagues, looked at some other states, and they would like something that our state law does not allow, but they would like 1,000 feet for any against schools and any places where children congregate. We reminded them our state law allows 1,000 feet for schools and 500 for most of those other spaces.
Thank you. Okay, this table is showing, again, a comparison of the Planning Commission recommendations, the Advisory Board of Health recommendations, and then the state law maximums that we can have. So you can see for schools, the Planning Commission and Advisory Board of Health differed, but they both agreed there should be a buffer. Daycares, neither thought there should be a buffer. Residential treatment facilities, they agreed. And then amenities and parks, Planning Commission did not think that there should be a buffer. And the Advisory Board of Health thought there should be a 300-foot buffer. So here is just one example pulled from the GIS map that I showed earlier. So this is the Nativity of Mary School, and it's like by 35 and 98th Street. So you can see, so the widest circle is 1,000 feet, the middle circle is 500 feet, and the inner circle is 300 feet. So you can just kind of see from this example what these different buffers would exclude as they get larger. And then here is a park example. Again, same thing. So the inner circle is 300 feet and the outer circle is 500 feet because that's the maximum for parks, just showing what it would include or exclude. Okay, so now we get into the zoning use types. So there are 14 different license types that the state is creating. So we were trying to group those into existing zoning uses that we already had when possible, but we did create 3 new uses. And those 3 new uses that we're proposing are cannabis combination business, cannabis testing facility, and cannabis manufacturer. And we really created 2 of those to make sure that there is enough approval so that the Planning Commission and other people can be reviewing and approving these uses. So here are the use tables. So the top table is showing existing uses where some cannabis licenses would lie. We would treat cannabis retail within the already existing retail sales and services use type. So you can kind of see permitted, in which zoning districts those would be permitted. And then the bottom table is showing the new uses that we're proposing, and you can see that they are conditional uses in different zoning districts. The next slide is showing the same thing except for in neighborhood and commercial zoning districts, and we wouldn't be permitting any of the 3 new uses in these districts. So the state says that we can place performance standards on cannabis businesses. We don't have a lot of direction for that so far. Currently, our medical marijuana distribution facilities standards have things like lighting, security, signage, and potentially the state might regulate things like ventilation, odor, water usage. So we are wondering, I guess, one, if use standards should be applied to new cannabis-related uses, and then also what those standards would be. And then lastly, we have the registration limitation, which Christina touched on earlier. But there are kind of 2 different things happening here. So one is that registrations can be limited to 1 per 12,500 residents for cannabis retail businesses. So that's within just the city of Bloomington. But then there's also a rule that Bloomington doesn't have to register a cannabis business if the county overall has 1 registration per 12,500 registrations. So there's kind of a limit that you could do as a city just for retail. And then overall, if the county has a certain number of registrations, there's limits that we could do based on those numbers. And just a note that the Planning Commission did not recommend registration limits. So here are the 6 questions where we are requesting feedback. We can go back through the slides to look at tables and such. I think we can go through these questions one by one if that's okay.
I think that would be a good plan.
Okay, excellent. So first question, from which uses should cannabis businesses have a minimum separation? So I can go back to the slides, but this is where we talked about either schools, daycares, places and parks where children congregate, and residential treatment facilities.
Could you clarify for me, if you would, residential treatment facilities? Are we talking group homes in the city? Or what are we talking residential treatment facilities?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That's a good question. I believe this is where people are receiving like care related to like their addiction and they're in recovery. Christina, yeah, you can.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I'll share that it is not all group homes. We currently have 2 residential treatment facilities within the city of Bloomington. We have many more group home type settings. That's not the type of business that we're talking about.
I guess I didn't realize we had residential treatment facilities within the city of Bloomington, but we have 2 of them.
2, correct.
Okay. Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. Another clarification. So on one of the first slides, you said in the fall we would talk about use in public places and parks. But then here we're talking about distance from park amenities. And so are those just 2 different things? Like right now we're just assuming no use in parks and we're going to have a buffer? Or we're talking about a buffer?
Mayor and Council Member Carter, they're 2 different things. One is where a business would be able to be located in relation to a park, which would be different than where a use of a cannabis product would be allowed and whether or not that's allowed within a park. So that would be something council would likely want to consider if we're not allowing a business to come within 500, 300 feet of a park. Do we want to have cannabis use within the park itself? But really from a policy standpoint, they're 2 different pieces, and we're talking about the setback from parks now because that impacts the licensing and the zoning process as we have applicants that'll start coming in.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Councilmember Lohman, did you have your hand up earlier?
I did, and now I'm realizing that this has to do with cannabis businesses having a minimum separation. Okay, I think I have a different question, so I think it might be further down here. I think I'm going to wait on that one.
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These businesses are we setting a sensitive use minimum separation for all of those 11 types of businesses licenses, or only the retail ones?
Mayor and Council Member D'Alessandro, that's for our retail.
Retail. So, said another way, if I want to be a cultivator and I'm in, I'm making this up, I find a light industrial facility that fits within our zone, and I'm able to lease that out, and it's across the street from one of our schools, this would not apply because it's a cultivator license and not a retail state.
Mayor and Councilmember D'Alessandro, that is correct.
Okay.
We would still have zoning regulations for that particular business.
Thank you.
So in answer to your specific question here, I think I agree with, and Council, tell me what you think. I agree with the Planning Commission. I think schools and residential treatment facility makes a lot of sense. I'm less enthusiastic about this notion of amenities in parks where children congregate, just because it's kind of an amorphous idea. I don't know that, I mean, we can say pretty clearly what a school is, what a treatment facility is, not quite as definitive about amenities in parks where children congregate. So on this one, I think I would lean toward the Planning Commission recommendation. Councilmember Lohman?
I'm all up there with you until you have the playground for the children. That to me that's pretty clear to me. But my problem is I'm trying to figure out how do you make that distinction, from the park? Because I guess for me, if you get that playground there, that's sort of where I'm trying to protect that space. And I guess for me, maybe it's not so much the business, but boy, I'd hate to have a playground right here, and then across the street is a cannabis building, and stuff are going on right across there. So that's the only part of that I'd like to figure out a way to separate that out somehow. But yeah, the other stuff I'm all right with you. I'm with you.
And I agree with you. I don't disagree with you, but I think I noticed if I saw your map, I think there were dots within Mall of America. And so, I mean...
Mayor and City Council, those are existing THC licenses.
Ah, okay, thank you. That's what the purple is. I thought
Yes.
that we're indicating protected areas.
And if I may, Mayor and Councilmember Lohman, as far as parks or amenities in parks where children congregate, we have a couple things working in our favor. The first is our Parks Department just recently went through a massive GIS mapping project of all of their parks. And so we are very fortunate in that we have excellent data regarding where our amenities are in our parks, and we're able to, from an administrative standpoint, if the council decides to define amenities in parks as playgrounds or ball fields or soccer fields or whatever those amenities might look like in Bloomington, we're very easily able to know where those are and to measure those setbacks. So in the current map that you'll see here, you notice that we did not draw lines around every single passive area in a park, right? We didn't draw a boundary around all of Three Rivers Park District property. Instead, what we did is we took a look at our mapping data, and we mapped out potential setbacks from playgrounds, and from things like soccer fields, ball fields, amenities that are programmed for things that children use. And so we could, in our ordinance, define exactly what that amenities in parks where children congregate, what that means for us, if it's a playground, if it's ball fields, and we have the ability as staff to administer that fairly easily.
Okay, so let's just go with that thought. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Let's go with that thought, because the mayor's bringing forth a very good point. So the playgrounds are easy because you got the equipment there, but let's talk about ball fields. They're kind of shared, so adults use that, and then you also have kids using that. So how would that work? Because that's right to what the mayor is saying. It's kind of squishy. And that's, how does that work? Is it just if the kids use that, now we designate that field, and then what happens long term if additional things are identified? How would that work with an ordinance?
Mayor and Councilmember Lohman, I'm not aware of any adult-only fields, if you will. I think most of our fields in the city of Bloomington are shared by both youth and adult leagues and programs. And so we would consider, if we wanted, let's say we use softball fields, baseball fields, soccer fields as one of our amenities within parks, we would consider all of them. I don't think we would go down to an analysis of Do we have adults here on certain nights or kids? Or the assumption is that those amenities are there for youth as well as adults. If we were to ever add additional in parks, I mean, then you could be potentially precluding businesses from coming into that area if they don't meet the setback requirement. But typically in those cases, you're going to grandfather in whatever business might already be there. If we built a park right next to a strip mall that had already had a cannabis business, we wouldn't say, okay, now you have to get out, right?
I will say, based on that additional information and the GIS work that our park department has done, I'm more confident in this notion of amenities in parks where children congregate, just because, I mean, if they can specify it very clearly, which clearly they can, I'm more comfortable with it. And yes, I don't think we should draw an entire ring around an entire area just because there might be kids there. So, but I'm more comfortable with the fact that we have that pretty specific GIS data. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I guess my preference or thought might be to try to more closely align with what we've already done with liquor. They're both intoxicating substances. And I'm just looking at the map. And I mean, I see a lot of these areas, they have THC already, and they're liquor stores, and they're in the areas where we say you can't have bad stuff for kids. We got the bad stuff already there. Maybe that's not a reason to put more bad stuff there, I guess. But, I mean, I don't know if it's hurt. I mean, I think there's something up off of Normandale. I mean, there's multiple restaurants that sell liquor. There's a liquor store. Apparently, there's THC there too, or not, or maybe CBD. I don't know which. But anyway, plus I'm for keeping things simple. Like I just match up with liquor and go with that. Then staff doesn't have to I mean, it's not like you're going to look at the wrong standards, but it just makes it easier.
Was that considered or presented to the Planning Commission or the Advisory Board of Health?
Mayor, council members, yes. That was staff's recommendation to keep it only to schools and to keep it consistent with liquor and other licenses.
Councilmember Mua?
Thank you, Mayor. I echo Councilmember Nelson because that's exactly how I was thinking about this. Is like, why do we have to complicate it? Keep it the same as what we do with liquor and beer. Because when I'm looking at this map, like if we have separate, sensitive uses for cannabis, like where would a company actually open up? Like you can't do the France and Old Shakopee intersection anymore. You can't do the Normandale in 84th or whatever intersection anymore. Like if we have these other, restrictions and sensitive uses, and we already have this for liquor, so I don't see why we would complicate it.
Councilmember Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I just have to tell you all, if you click on that link, you can actually go to the GIS map and you can do different layers. And so, like I took off the childcare, which is the light blue, and then it doesn't look as bad, right? In terms of like at this map, you're kind of like, yeah, where would one even go? Like with all these boundaries and stuff. So I encourage you to do that if you want to play around with it. For me, I would be more in alignment with the Advisory Board of Health and the school district's recommendation. I think 300 feet, I think I'm okay with the 300 foot or the recommendation for the 300 foot setback for already established liquor stores that are going to want to register. But my inclination is to go more toward the Advisory Board of Health for schools. And then for parks, I think I'm kind of on the fence. Unless we are really specific, like playgrounds, like things that are really, like Herbeck. Like, it's kids playing at Herbeck. Adults don't play in those fields. So things like that. But I wouldn't be comfortable with the 300-foot school.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. Just a clarification. Are we on to the buffer setbacks, or are we still doing the which one should get a buffer setback?
I think we're still talking sensitive uses, but we've got to move on to the buffers quickly because it's already 10:50.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay.
Mayor and Council, I didn't mean to hurry you along, but I thought this might be helpful to see how many parcels would actually be impacted by these potential setbacks and by how many. So the the second number under each of those columns is the number of parcels themselves that would be impacted with the different recommendations versus the state statute maximum. To just get an idea of, in pure numbers, what are we talking about as far as our businesses that would not be allowed to sell these products or have these licenses.
So I guess going back to my comments related to buffers and the sensitive areas, I would agree with the Advisory Board of Health recommendation.
Councilmember Lohman.
Yeah, so I think I'm with Councilmember Carter on it, and the reason, and here's my rationale, is I know that there's discussion over at the Capitol about, additional things they may want to put in there, additional drugs and the, mushrooms and that kind of thing, and I'm just kind of thinking as this stuff continues to roll out, I'm just trying to think long term, maybe some of what we've got that's outside of that, maybe we ought to think about what we're doing with that other stuff. So that's sort of where I'm at. So I'm with Councilmember Carter on this one.
Councilmember Nelson?
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to clarify, the Advisory Board of Health recommendation allows a 300-foot setback from schools for off-sale liquor stores if they start to sell.
Mayor and Councilmember Nelson, that is correct. They felt that because off-sale liquor stores are already 21 plus establishments that already have processes in place to ensure that their product is not being sold to minors. They were more comfortable with a lower setback, and also they wanted to be as business friendly as they could be. And so they didn't want to preclude some of our liquor stores from being eligible for hemp licenses when others who weren't within 300 feet of a school would be. So that was where that recommendation came from. But those are hemp licenses only. Those are not full cannabis licenses like a dispensary.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember D'Alessandro?
My biggest challenge has always been with our buffers is that we're not consistent across usage, and it bugs the crap out of me, to be honest. Like having to deal, for example, with the poor gentleman at 99th and Lindale who is within the boundary for his tobacco facility, but will be out, because of the St. Mary's thing, he's outside the boundary for cannabis. And it's like, I don't understand why we do that to people. Like, I just don't understand it. So my preference, I'm not sure, 300, 500 feet doesn't really make sense. Doesn't make a difference to me in terms of like, that doesn't feel that far away. Especially when you look at, I don't know what the number would be. I guess 300 feet is 26 parcels, 5 parcels, I don't know, 4 parcels. I mean, just not that many places are affected by that, which sounds okay to me. So I guess I am a fan of a fairly low buffer, I guess, and I like it to be consistent across all of our use types. So that means cannabis and hemp and liquor and tobacco. So we're maybe not going to get there here, but that would help a lot of people out if we could be consistent with stuff like this. Never mind coffee shops, because we seem to have a different standard for things that are intoxicating on the stimulant side, but we don't than we do on the stuff that is on the opposite sedative side, and I don't understand that because there's no limit for coffee, and coffee is arguably, I bet you if Dr. Nick wanted to come up here, we could have a long conversation about the addictive qualities of coffee. We don't limit that at all, right? So. There is, and every kid is drinking it by the time they're 12. But I had a decaf. It's a decaf. My point is, caffeine is well known to be a thing. So my point is, I don't have a statement on this. I would like to see it be less than more, and that's it. But if y'all feel like there needs to be a buffer on all of these types, I agree with Councilmember Carter that the data is easy to get to, and I can see exactly what the impact would be here. So.
Very good.
Thanks.
Councilmember Carter, but we're at 20 after 10 now, and we're on question 1 of 6 that we have to get through here on this policy direction requested. Councilmember Carter? Councilmember Rivas, we'll get to you. We'll get to you, Councilmember Rivas. We'll get to you. Hold on. Councilmember Carter.
So I would say that as it relates to having consistency, I would also love that. I don't know what the conversations were years and years ago when they set the 300-foot buffer for liquor. But if we were to set that today, I would not be in favor of that. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's really hard to like nowadays be like, yep, we can't go back and change all of these things. And we could, but it would be quite the process, I assume. And so, again, I don't know the reasons that they made those decisions back then, but given the mental health and addiction crisis that we have among youth already in our community, like I would rather have the distance be greater. But
Councilmember Rivas.
Quick, I'm totally against it. I don't need to. I will not elaborate on anything, but I don't think it should be sold. I don't even think it should be legal. It is what it is. There's nothing I can do, but I'm still saying that we shouldn't do it. We got rid of tobacco a few years ago. I was sitting out there when the whole thing passed. I was against that thing, but I mean, if we got rid of tobacco, we're allowing something that is a lot more malignant to people, and we're going to be selling it. I just figured that. And that's all I have to say. I'm totally against it. Any way you cut it.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
So we are still on question 1 of 6. And I short of kind of a show of hands as to where we might want to go with this, for the recommendation that we bring forward, my guess is it's not going to be consistent completely with either the Planning Commission or the Advisory Board of Health, and then the poor staff has got to figure out a way to thread the needle right in between all of them.
Yeah. I think if we could do like a straw poll or raise of hands, maybe we could go by sensitive uses, like who thinks each of these should be a sensitive use.
Let's start with that. A sensitive use. Everybody, schools, do people agree schools should be a sensitive use?
Yes.
How about daycares? All right. Residential treatment facilities?
Yes.
I suppose, and it's not much of an impact with only 2 of them in town. So, and then the whole amenities and parks thing. How about that? What are we thinking there? Yes or no?
Assuming we define them?
Assuming we're going to define them based on the information that we heard about the GIS and so on. So I do think that might be appropriate as well. So, is that helpful?
Yes.
All right, now let's start talking distances. Well, for Councilmember Nelson's suggestion, just to keep it consistent, do we stick to, were you saying liquor or tobacco? Which one were you leaning?
Liquor, they're intoxicating substances.
So who would agree with Councilmember Nelson that perhaps we make them consistent with liquor?
What is that?
300 feet.
300 for all of the types?
Yes. I mean, I don't, 300 or 1,000. I mean, if somebody wants to walk into a store, they're going to walk that extra 700 feet, right? It's so. I mean, I would agree. Maybe I will raise my hand as well and say yes. Let's keep it consistent with our liquor, and then we don't have conflicting stuff. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll just say this once, and I will not say it again. But maybe I will. But I won't say it again tonight. I feel like that's a very practical approach. I also would be curious to know from the Advisory Board of Health or from our Public Health Director, why would we, it's not just like being able to walk into a store from a school, right? It's about exposure and other things. Like from the public health research, what would you say, I mean, what was the discussion? Because right now we're talking, it's practical, right? It's like just the practical application, and I think that there are some public health consequences, and given what the school district, the addiction people at the school district said and what the advisory, I just would be curious to hear more about that part of the conversation.
Mayor, Councilmember Carter, the way the Advisory Board of Health was thinking about it is recognizing that the policy literature on cannabis is very sparse. We had the director of the Cannabis Research Center at the University of Minnesota come in and talk to the board for an hour. And essentially, what Minnesota's doing is almost impossible to compare to any other state. There's very little research out there. And the best practice and the feedback from other states right now is to really look at tobacco and look at that from a setback and a process. And most of that is on the guise of, if you're walking by, you're constantly engaged with advertising, with retail sales, it reduces barriers to start the initiation. It's very similar to the research that's out there on alcohol. Keep in mind, alcohol is the leading cause of hospitalization and death from a substance use in the U.S. today. Different process, but the same approach, and that's where the Board of Health was looking at it from the cannabis side, is wanting to find that balance of a distance to try and provide a little bit more setback to prevent that frequent interaction as much as possible, similar to the way you would think about tobacco.
And in the slides, it has the existing buffers from schools, but it doesn't have it for tobacco because it just says none, no new licenses may be issued. But what is our current setback? Is it 1,000?
We don't have
We don't actually have a setback.
The Advisory Board of Health brought forward some recommendations on setbacks. Council provided a different policy direction to sunset or no longer issue licenses, and so the setback conversation became a moot point.
Okay. And before that, there were no setback requirements. So, okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Can we just confirm that? I thought that there was like a specific measurement. It was like 250 feet from corner to corner, 300 feet or something, because it came up for us when we were talking about this one place at 98th and Lyndale that when we were dealing with this before, when the hemp discussion was coming up. And I don't know. I don't want to point at Nick and ask him to come up here as the one representative from planning, but I was pretty sure there was some measurement that we did do.
So, Mayor and Councilmember D'Alessandro, the specific instance that you were talking about was a tobacco establishment that was not, because we don't have setbacks, they were within 500 feet, actually much closer to a school.
Right.
And were allowed to do that. They wanted to add a hemp business license, a THC license, and were unable to because our current code has a 500-foot setback for THC licenses. And so that was where that issue came about. It wasn't the tobacco use, it was the additional THC licensure that they were ineligible for.
Right. So, but I thought that there was a measure. So you're saying that the measurement that you all were doing in that discussion wasn't because there was an existing tobacco setback?
That is correct. It was the THC specifically.
So, okay, so the only reason that tobacco retailer has been able to exist there is, although if I understand correctly, they would be eligible. If we had a 300-foot setback for tobacco, they would have been okay, I think, is what the point I'm trying to make.
Mayor and Councilmember D'Alessandro, if we would have had a 300-foot setback for THC, then they could have sold THC at their already existing tobacco location.
Yes, that's the same point. You're making the same point I'm making, which is you could make a THC 300-foot one, and then those people would be eligible to sell there, is my point. Because it was 300 feet was fine. Arbitrarily, we made THC 500 as opposed to 300 or none. Right? We just picked 500. Because I remember the issue I had was that we didn't discuss it. It just showed up. And we were like, we didn't discuss that as a thing. So my point being that particular business, if we had said 300, they'd have been fine. Now they're not fine. And so we could choose to go with 500 or 300 or whatever. My point being that if we do 300, they'll actually be able to do that now, which is consistent with tobacco maybe, or whatever we want to say there. But anyway, I'm going to stop talking. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
So, are we going to raise our hand for another option on that one or no?
I thought we got to 4 in terms of the matching them with liquor is what I understood.
Don't you want to see the opposing side?
Unless I can count to 4 also. All right, moving on, the item 3, the zoning use types. Do we agree with the addition of 3 new cannabis-related zoning types? I honestly can't see why not. Please, Councilmember Carter.
What is a cannabis testing facility? Is it just like quality and like making sure it's?
Yeah, Mayor. Yes, Councilmember Carter. It's to obtain and test cannabis products.
Okay.
Does that make sense to everyone to add those three? Well, to add new zoning types, so we can control. I mean, zoning obviously is so we control business use and types, and so we add those types.
Well, I get that, but I mean, couldn't you do that in the manufacturing, or is that precluded in the manufacturing piece?
Mayor, Council Member Lohman, it's not, I don't know that it's necessarily precluded, but that's a specific state licensing type. Like they have cannabis testing facility as a license type that they're handing out. So that may be able to go hand in hand with cannabis manufacturing. But if someone wants to do solely cannabis testing facility, we wanted to have that use.
Okay. I mean, staff feels it's important to have those. I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't just merge them together, but I mean, we're at the nth hour here, but I mean, yeah.
Well, and I mean, we're giving direction here. We can continue this conversation as we move, and I'm sure others will weigh in as well.
And if I can clarify, Mayor and Councilmember Lohman, part of having a cannabis testing facility is it's a separate business for those that are manufacturing, so you're getting actual lab validated results as far as the chemical composition of the products that are being manufactured and sold. So I think that those two uses will be separate things that we see built separately, because the law is set up so that if I'm making the product, I have to have someone else test it.
Testing it.
Yes, to make sure it's actually meeting the potency requirements.
I got it. We can move on. I got it.
Very good. Thank you. The fourth question regarding zoning districts. Do we agree with the proposed list of zoning districts where various types of cannabis businesses would be permitted or conditional uses? Does anyone have any objection to any of these?
I have quick clarification. What's a cannabis combination business?
Mayor, Councilmember D'Alessandro, it is a combination, again, of a few different state license types. The state license types are called micro business, meso business, and then a medical combination business, which basically means you can do a lot of different things, such as grow, make, manufacture, package, label, like basically just a lot of different things. So we kind of combine those.
Gotcha. So okay, that's fine. I'm fine with this.
Does anyone see a zoning use type in there that they would disagree with? I'm not hearing no to any, well, other than Councilmember Rivas, who would disagree with all of those, and I appreciate that.
That's why I'm keeping quiet.
Very good.
So wait a minute.
Councilmember Lohman?
Yeah, so I appreciate that you asked that question that way. I guess what would be useful is to know which zones here would you'd also be able to have conditional uses with schools or daycares.
Mayor, Councilmember Lohman. So I believe schools and daycares are mostly allowed, like in our residential zoning districts.
But I thought we had some zones that we just recently added daycares to.
Mayor and Councilmember Lohman, if we don't have a setback from a daycare, then that could be a moot point because they could be in the same like strip mall.
Yeah, we had just indicated that we weren't going to have a setback from a daycare.
The toddlers, they don't come out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd want to know. I'd want to know which zones have the daycare in it, so because then I wouldn't want to have them in the same zone.
Mayor and Councilmember.
But it could just be me, and if it's just me, then I mean, you can just pull that piece out, and I'll vote no on that, and we can move on.
Johnson.
Yeah, Mayor and members, just to clarify, so there's different types of daycare facilities. There's daycares that are accessory to churches or places of assembly or colleges or universities. I don't think that's what you're talking about. You're talking more the commercial setting.
Yeah, the commercial setting. Yeah, those are the ones.
It's pretty permissive in our commercial district, so it's permitted in B1, B2, and B4 as a conditional use, and C4 as a conditional use, and it's allowed as a limited use, which means it's restricted to 25% of the building. in C1, C2, C3, and C5, so more of our office-oriented.
And then you also have schools that can be in some of these districts too, right?
Yes. Let me double check.
That's
that for
more
you
what I'm
on the fly
digging into. So,
so it's conditional in it's not in our neighborhood commercial zone district, so not in B2 and B4, but it is allowed as a conditional limited use in C1, C2, C3, and C5, and it's a conditional use in C4.
Yeah, and
you're not going to
guess,
find a lot of schools in those office.
Right, we're not going to no, but it's theoretical, or it could happen. Okay, well, I mean that's just one council member's perspective and point of view, and it's more so from my perspective of the expansion of, because I think it's not going to just be cannabis; it's going to be other drugs too. That's where I'm kind of running into that future problem. So I just want to bring it up now. So when that does happen, I probably won't even be here when it happens, but just want to bring it up. So
thank you. So is everybody comfortable on the zoning districts then? All right. The performance standards. What use performance standards should be considered for cannabis businesses? Now, did the Planning Commission weigh in on this, or did they? Because my inclination here is a liquor store. I mean, in terms of lighting, in terms of, all that has to go on, exterior signage, security, and so on. It would make sense to me to match our liquor store requirements. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, so I'm just going to switch sides on this one and say that I disagree with the matching of liquor on this one. I would actually encourage us to take a look at what we do with liquor. To Councilmember Carter's point of view, that people driving by, walking past, that constant scene of it all over the place. I would love to see some of that go away with regards to tobacco, liquor, and then not allow it in this. I think it's a fairly easy putt that, I don't mind that your sign says you're a liquor store, okay, but you have to have 30 pictures of people having fun, drinking responsibly.
I'm okay. I see what you're saying, Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Absent like burn it all down and redo it, I would say the stricter of the two, whichever one is more strict, tobacco or alcohol.
All right. And the other question that I had on this, do use standards include security?
Mayor, council members, that is a good question. It is in our current use standards for medical marijuana distribution facilities. I do think that the security standards from that probably came a lot from the state. And again, I think the state had certain regulations based on the fact that distribution facilities had to keep money there, I think. So I think that could potentially be added, but also I'm guessing the state will have something to say about that.
Okay. I would guess so as well. Oh. Or Nick would. Nick might have something to say about it also.
The medical marijuana use came shortly after I got here in 2015. And so the one point I want to make about that, within those standards, you have to provide operating documents, and some component of that is a security plan. How do you deal with waste? How do you deal with access? How do you deal with all those things? The one point I would just make about that is the environment around this issue was very different in 2015. There wasn't all these THC products that were readily accessible at many different retail locations at that time, as well as the financial issue of how to pay for these products with respect to the banking regulations. So a lot of these, there wasn't many of them. There was only one, I think, or one or two in the congressional district, but they were accepting cash, and they were. There wasn't all these other products elsewhere. So keep in mind, it doesn't matter what I think, number one, but the environment was very different just from the perspective of what it looked like at that point in time as to why there was security and operating and access and all these things in that standard.
So excuse my ignorance, but are the banking and cash issues, are they the same, or have those changed over the past 10 years?
I'm not that up to speed on that. I'm going to sit down again.
I was going to sit down. You can go ahead if you'd like to.
Mayor, I was just going to briefly say that I believe they have changed from the conversations that we've had with our legal team. But Christina, if you have anything to expand on that, please do.
Yes, it's similar, Mayor and council members. I think there's been different advice to banks from the federal government regarding banking and funds that they can take in from cannabis businesses. So I do think it looks a lot different than the conversation we were having in 2015.
That's good to know. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I would hope that it changed. Mr. Johnson?
And can I make one just quick point? And we certainly can do more research about this, but to the point about kind of the appearance of these stores, having just done the sign ordinance, and there are some First Amendment and regulating speech, the form of speech. I think we can do more research, and I think the state statutes may have spoken a little bit too about signage.
If I may, the state statute does have advertising regulations in it, including regulations about making it something that's going to be targeted toward children or have cartoon characters or things like that. There are existing regulations now in state law.
Okay, thank you. Balancing that with the First Amendment lawyer stuff. So, thank you.
So where do we land on the performance standards then, gang? Tobacco or alcohol, whichever is more restrictive?
At a minimum.
At a minimum? Can you work with that? All right. And then the notion of license limits. Should Bloomington limit the total number of cannabis businesses within the city through licensing restrictions? My inclination is probably yeah. I think the state limits, would it be a total of 7 if we followed the state limits? It's 1 per 12,000?
Mayor, yes, that's for retail licenses specifically. It's 1 per 12,500 residents, so that would be 7 for us, yeah.
Thoughts on that, Council? Councilmember Carter?
Clarifying question.
Clarifying.
So in your question, you said the total number of cannabis businesses. Is that different from retail? Because this is retail on the slide, but in your question, is that all cannabis businesses, manufacturing, combo, all the things?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Carter. So yeah, that's where there's kind of 2 different things. So what the mayor is talking about is limiting the 1 per 12,500 Bloomington residents is limiting specifically retail license. But then also, I believe you could limit, based on the county number, cannabis businesses overall. So like you're saying, cultivator, those other types of licenses.
I mean, you consider, Council, we limit the number of pawn shops. And if we're limiting the number of pawn shops, I think perhaps we could limit the number of cannabis businesses in town as well. Councilmember Mua?
I would lean no. Because to me, like Bloomington did this when we did liquor. We decided not to do city liquor, which essentially limited who could have liquor stores in Bloomington. And I think it takes away market opportunity for small business owners to create businesses in Bloomington and then allow the marketplace to tell you how many you should have and who supports it. And I think if we artificially limit it, we're hamstringing a bunch of small business owners who could potentially be here.
Councilmember Lohman?
So I guess, Mayor, what I'm trying to get my head around, I can understand the 7 retail pieces, but what were you thinking about in terms of the other businesses? Are you thinking about a limit on that, or are you just thinking about the retail?
I was thinking both.
Okay. And could you talk a little bit about what you think that the limit should be?
I honestly don't know in terms of, I mean, there's so many different license possibilities. I mean, how many cultivators do you want in Bloomington? Do you want all of those big boxes down on Old Shakopee Road to be indoor cultivation?
Yeah. You know, when you put it like that, I don't know if I like that,
The empty office buildings.
Yeah. Well, and I guess the reason why I'm intrigued by what you're saying, but there's a part of me, the free market piece, what you're talking about, I'm with that too, is what we had with the storage units. Mm-hmm. Are we going to replicate that? And once they're there, you can't kind of turn back. But if we start small and then open it up more, we could always open it up. So I think I'm leaning towards what you're saying. So.
And what the exact number is, I think, could perhaps be open for discussion. But that's just my thoughts on it. Councilmember Carter.
So if, let's just say 5 of the liquor stores in Bloomington, or combo of liquor stores and tobacco shops, got their licenses, that would then leave only 2 dispensaries could actually open. If we're limiting it to 7, right?
Yes.
Well, Mayor and Councilmember Carter, there's an important distinction here. So we have cannabis businesses, which are the full dispensaries, and then we have hemp businesses, which are the THC, what we've been calling THC licenses. So the 7 is for cannabis businesses. So that's like the total number of dispensaries. The law doesn't give us express authority to limit the number of the hemp-based businesses.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So the setbacks we've been talking about, the buffering, those can be for both uses. But the way that law is written, the actual limitation on the number of establishments is for a cannabis business specifically. So those are the businesses we currently don't have in Bloomington that are currently not allowed until the state starts issuing licenses next year.
Thank you for clarifying that. You're
welcome.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Can I get one further clarification? Can a liquor store have a cannabis, or can it only do the hemp-based?
Mayor and Councilmember Nelson, I don't believe they'd meet the requirements to be a full cannabis dispensary.
Okay. Thank you.
Just
Councilmember Rivas?
What are the requirements?
Please turn your microphone on, Councilmember.
It's on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's on. Yeah, I didn't turn it off. What are the requirements for a full dispensary?
Mayor and City Council Member Rivas, state statute lays out background check requirements that full dispensaries need to meet. It lays out different operational plans and requirements that are that must be submitted and approved by the state. There are ventilation requirements that statute mentions. There are requirements for secure storage of product. What those specifically look like, we don't know at this point. The statute says the state, the Office of Cannabis Management shall review plans for ventilation, for storage, for things like that. They haven't finished the rulemaking process yet to actually define what that means. And so we know there will be standards. I can't speak to exactly what those ventilation standards look like or the secure storage standards look like because it hasn't been written into rule yet. We're waiting on that process.
Thank you.
So where do we stand on the number of licenses?
Well, I mean, I think you've kind of raised an option, which is the 7 and then well, you could do 7 of each or figuring out where it's at. I
think I thank you, Councilmember, and I would agree with that. I think we do the 1 per 12.5 residents, and then I think for the other licenses, it probably requires a discussion of some kind, and I don't know that we can come up with a specific number at this very moment because it depends on. And is it, I also don't think, for example, a cultivation operation, I mean, there could be one, but if it's 800,000 square feet, it's a big one. It's a different kind of thing. So it's a.
Yeah, and Mayor, I don't think for the county restrictions that we can choose numbers, like specifically by license type. Or
that is correct.
Okay. Like we couldn't limit the number of just cultivation.
Couldn't.
And Mayor and Council, I think we can go back and see if we can get some additional clarification from Office of Cannabis Management because I don't think we're the only city struggling with what does that mean and how do we know when there's 100 and how do we, because it's a county-wide requirement, but we're a city trying to manage that piece of it. And so I think that's something that as we're developing the ordinance and as we're working with the League of Minnesota Cities and Office of Cannabis Management, maybe we can find some additional clarity and then come back with that as we're part of the ordinance process of what makes sense.
Suggestion, Council, and tell me if you agree on this. Given we had a busy night, it's late. It kind of feels like we're kind of zipping through this to zip through this right now. We've got a number of questions, I think, and I think to wrap our heads around this a bit more. I don't think this is the be all and end all discussion on this. I understand the desire to get this done by August to meet, the state timing. But I think maybe go back and what we work with, maybe ruminate on this a bit as a council or individually and think about how we want to handle this. Go to the map and click things on and off and figure out what the parameters would be, and then maybe continue this discussion when we seem to have a bit more enthusiasm and are a bit fresher for this topic. Does that make sense? Councilmember Carter?
And that's a great idea. I know that I'm not the only one struggling a little bit with the license limits and like the county, and just it's very confusing. And so,
well, and Mayor and council members, if I can add a little bit of comfort level, so the licenses that we are going to have to start potentially reacting to on August 12th are only the cultivator licenses. So if we need to move forward with an ordinance on other pieces and still have some that we have to kind of come back and address, we can certainly do that. And there are 13 statewide cultivator licenses for social equity applicants that will be issued after that August 12th timeline. So we don't even know if for sure we're going to get one. We want to be prepared for that, but we do have a little time to ruminate on some of these other pieces that aren't related necessarily to that.
So that would be my recommendation, Council. We kind of put a pin in this and come back to it, and when we've got a bit more time to think about and talk about this. Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I believe the only of the 6 questions we asked today, the only one that would affect those cultivator licenses is the zoning piece, correct? Because the other ones were retail and buffers, and they're not related. Cultivators aren't retail, right? So, and we gave them good we gave them good direction on this. So you're okay to go, is what I feel like. Is that fair? At least for the cultivator license portion?
Mayor, council members, yeah, I feel okay.
Okay, great.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Are we good with this point, to be at this point for now?
Yes.
And
Yeah, I'm feeling very mellow.
Well, I don't want to harsh you. We'll keep moving on.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, we will wrap up our evening this, as we always do with item 5.3, our City Council policy and issue update. First thing that I would like to recap is our City Council listening session. We had a full house again today. I think we had 6 different speakers. Sally Ness spoke about lights and access at Dar El Farouk. Matthew Hallert had some questions and concerns and suggestions regarding the water park proposal at the Mall of America, and talked at length about the outdoor recreation economy and possibilities there. Cheryl Krause and Sheila Berry had a conversation about issues with the Bloomington Police Department and some of the issues around enforcement involving their family members that I know that we couldn't follow up on because it's ongoing issues within the police department. And so at the advice of Chief Hodges, it was more of a listening rather than engagement opportunity for us. And then we heard from Mark Morrow, who's a representative of the Jefferson Athletic Association, and John Anderson, who's the activities director at Kennedy High School, both of whom spoke in favor of the stadium projects at Kennedy and Jefferson. Again, as I said, a full house. It was busy, but a good evening. Ms. Tolzman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'll start, and then I'll pass it over to City Manager Verbrugge. Just one quick update this morning. Bloomington, Minnesota Travel and Tourism hosted a large delegation of around 30 international leaders from around the world to talk about sustainable cities, public health disasters, and pandemic preparedness. They are traveling across the U.S., and Bloomington was one of their stops. So I was able to attend and support the team. This was organized and coordinated by the U.S. Department of State, Global Minnesota, and the Met Council. And our public health administrator, Dr. Nick Kelly, as well as Emma Strauss, our sustainability coordinator, and community services director, Diane Kirby, presented before the group for an hour and a half to showcase not only our city, but also how we coordinated, communicated, and collaborated to prioritize health and well-being and resilience in our community during a public health emergency. The group was fully engaged, and they asked a lot of good questions, so kudos to Nick and Emma, who represented Bloomington very well this morning.
Very well. Thank you. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I just want to make you and folks who may be watching aware. Star Tribune was reporting on some National Weather Service flood warnings that are happening across the state. There are some areas of Minnesota that will get another 6 inches of rain before the end of this week, and there's flood warnings through tomorrow night. And it's a good time to just issue a reminder that Fire Chief Yuli Seal, who is also our Emergency Management Director, wants everybody to take good care around our creeks and rivers. He's been checking on the water levels in 9 Mile Creek. For the most part, it's still within the banks. There are some areas where we're seeing flooding, but it's not threatening homes right now. Down at the Minnesota River, where the creek feeds into the river, because the river is high, it's getting a little bit backed up there. But both the creek and the river are really flying right now. And so we just want to remind people to be safe, to not go into fast moving water. And if you're driving and you see standing water, don't approach that, because usually that's when you get into trouble as well. So over the next few days, we're going to be keeping our eyes on it. If there's more to share with the community, we will certainly do that. But just want to remind people that it's wet. We got a lot of rain. Creeks and rivers are high, and folks should take extra caution while they're out and about in those areas. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Verbrugge. And I'll just add on also, with the heavy rains, if you notice your storm drains, they're clogging up on the streets. And so if you get an opportunity, council and others watching, get out there and clean out the storm drains, because there's a lot of debris out there right now, and that would also, that'll lead to street flooding. So keep them clean if at all possible. Council, any questions for Mr. Verbrugge or Ms. Tolzman? Council, anything to add tonight? Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make the council aware and the community aware that, and I had reached out to staff, and they helped me forward a request to the Hennepin County Attorney to come in and speak with us at some point. And at this point, that has been denied. So I just wanted to repeat it publicly so people were aware that that request had been made. I know Hennepin County is large, but I also think that Bloomington is in somewhat of a unique position given our geography with all of the freeways, with the airport, with the mall, that we have a lot of issues that other communities don't necessarily deal with that interact very directly with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office on things, you know, from major crimes down. So we're very unique, and I do. Part of the reason I wanted to do that is also our other elected county officials come and talk to us, and as we saw today. And, you know, I think this is a group that can ask questions, can get information, and is always done respectfully and professionally. And so it would be a good opportunity, I think, just for people to hear things. I also raised it because I get questions from residents, and there are things that they don't understand, and I can't answer them. I can't answer those questions. I mean, we have this amazing police force that does a great job. And then, you know, what happens after that, I can't tell you that. And it'd be nice to have someone come explain it to me so I could answer those questions to us and to the community. And so just wanted to put it out there publicly that I would really appreciate if the Hennepin County Attorney could make some time to come and spend a little bit talking about what's going on in her office and in the community and what's going on there.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Mr. Mayor, council members, if you'd like, I can make a more formal ask. And I think it is a good reminder that previously Hennepin County Attorney Freeman would come visit with us, not just County Commissioner Goettel. And it's always nice to hear from our partners at the county and at the state.
Without question. Thank you, Councilmember. Council, is there anything else this evening? If not, we have reached the end of our agenda, and I would look for a motion to adjourn. So moved. We have a motion and a second to adjourn this evening. No further council discussion on this. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Yes.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thanks much, council. Good discussion tonight. Thank you to the staff for your work. Thank you to everyone who participated from the public. Good meeting tonight. Thanks.